All right. Hello. Welcome. What we're going to do tonight is we are going to look at what has been billed as the be all end all final answer to the great mystery of how Jeffrey Epstein got rich. This article has been recommended to me by many, many people. I have not yet read it, but I saw the social media chatter mentioning one particular data point that is so insane that it would seem to me to almost singularly validate, I hate to use third person, but I don't know what to call it, the Ben's theory of understanding Epstein. And we're going to go on a bit of a wild ride tonight, going through this piece and annotating it, taking what was, I think, a multi-month investigation by 4 different New York Times reporters. I already see how the whitewash, how the fix was in on it, but I think along the way there are a lot of new reveals, and we are going to transmute that into, I think, a more totalizing understanding of what's really happening here than the conclusion that New York Times draws. This is, I think, going to be one of these classic CIA investigates itself and clears itself of all wrongdoing kind of moments. A couple things in the news first that, well, I saw earlier today that Dan Bongino announced his transition back to civilian life starting in January. And just want to, I guess, say a note about this before we get super deep into this. Bongino joined the FBI, I believe, in, what was it, something like May or June when he started, right? Because Cash got in, I want to say like March, April. And then Bongino got in almost like 2 months later, right? Maybe a month and a half. So Bongino did not take the lead on the Epstein investigation. I feel like Bongino unfairly got a lot of flack from the MAGA base because of the FBI response on the Epstein affair. And it did seem to me like Dan was kind of riding along in the Cash interviews there, and his words seemed a lot more hedged than Cash in the Justice Department. And I also think the entire Epstein thing is just above the FBI's head in the way that the FBI is just the investigative arm of the Justice Department. That's all it is. This is, it's not a state unto itself. You don't get rich working for the FBI as a salaried FBI agent and then, doing your own thing and adhering to the code of conduct and being independent of the other instruments of power in Washington. As we covered, the FBI director, I believe, only makes about $200K a year. And Dan Bongino was making about $5 million, I think it was reported, a year through his media enterprise before this. And there's a lot that goes into making the cake of an FBI cover-up. And I also think that they were probably led to believe things about the Epstein affair based on incomplete information. For example, even on the famous suicide conference, Jeffrey Epstein did indeed commit suicide. We know it 100% because we saw the tape, and then it turns out the tape is missing either several minutes or one minute and appears to have been stitched together rather than one continuous thing, yada, yada. The fact is we place a lot of weight on senior leadership when it is not, like I said, there's 4 politicals against 38,000 careers at FBI, 4 versus 38,000. To accomplish that, the task of cleaning it up, you need to turn the bad folks in. Remember, you're subject to congressional oversight. You're subject to retaliation. You're subject to White House pressure. You're subject to DOJ authority on everything. The FBI can't even open an investigation without Pam Bondi's consent or without the U.S. attorney in charge of the case. They can't pursue certain leads without the Justice Department authorizing it. The Justice Department runs the show. The FBI is their attack dog. If the Justice Department calls it off or doesn't authorize things, even when the attack dog smells blood, it can't go after it. And I don't know the reason that Dan decided to step down. I can think of 1,000 good ones. It's a thankless job. But there is something at the heart of the Epstein story. I think it was really the Epstein response that started the souring of a lot of the base with FBI, DOJ, and opened the rift that is now being widened among the MAGA base and the institutional Republican class. And so the true history of what Epstein is, what he represents, what is this person fundamentally is a story we're going to get. We've done probably, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 streams on it at this point. But let's just jump right into it, and I'll save my future commentary for as we go. So here it is. Let me before we read the article itself, I want to just pull up some of these hilarious social media reactions I saved. I just think it's so funny. This article tracks the origins of Jeffrey Epstein. All the red flags of fraud are there, and many new findings are published here for the first time. The reporters got the real story and followed the evidence trail. This is a mammoth piece. This is what mainstream news is reporting. We finally solved the mystery because of this new New York Times piece. What a staggering feat of historical investigation by David Enright and company for New York Times Magazine. Finally solving, to my satisfaction at least, the mystery of how Jeffrey Epstein got so rich. Finally solving it. We'll see about that. This reminds me of when the New York Times ran defense for Ray Epps. And you've seen okay, I haven't even read this whole thing, but I bookmarked it because I know Michael Tracy has been on this Jeffrey Epstein thing, and people wanted to organize a discussion with me and Michael Tracy on this. The New York Times just published the most comprehensive account yet of what people on the internet love to incessantly ask. How did Jeffrey Epstein get his money? The question is typically asked with dark intimations that Epstein must have acquired his mysterious wealth through pedo blackmail ops or through something else to do with his illicit intelligence connections. But here's what the New York Times concludes in its 10,000-word article after a months-long investigation by at least 4 different reporters. Abundant conspiracy theories hold that Epstein worked for spy services or ran a lucrative blackmail operation. But we found a more prosaic explanation for how he built his fortune. We found a limited hangout. We found a more prosaic explanation. Epstein engineered inside deals and demonstrated a remarkable knack for separating seemingly sophisticated investors and businessmen from their money. So in other words, Epstein was good at convincing rich guys to give him their money. Yes, that's definitely a more prosaic explanation than the podcast creatures and social media bomb throwers want to hear. But it's also the explanation that aligns most with the available facts and evidence. Just wait until we get into this, guys. Of course, it largely won't matter because adhering to facts and evidence is not very popular online. I love this. There's this war between, knee-jerk, don't believe anything, and knee-jerk, anti, don't believe anything. And I think it's actually nice in a way that we've ended up here as a social media climate. We have arrived at this place where I think most of the U.S. population does not believe what they are told by authorities, experts, and rightly so. And there is this knee-jerk reaction to not believe anything. And there is a dopamine hit that comes cognitively from confirmation bias. And I'm very intensely aware of that as an investigator, that you are pursuing a theory, you're pursuing leads, and you need to be very careful cognitively to treat known facts as known and speculation as speculation, and never the twain shall meet. Things get moved from the side thread might be true into the definitely true through a rigorous process, or at least they should be. And I think that you have this kind of Epstein mania from some camps who do not pursue this with the kind of cognitive discipline and rigor that is necessary to get honest answers. And then you have this kind of emergent I don't know what you call it, anti-conspiracy crowd, which is like the knee-jerk, like in a way, the most contrarian and titillating take is to be the wet rag thrown over it. And it is interesting to watch these kind of social media enclaves form. But what I immediately see, for example, in the Michael Tracy foray here, is I agree with this, that the pedo blackmail stuff never made sense to me as anything other than a potentially a unsubstantiated, but possibly there might be something there. But even if there is, it is a totally negligible peripheral aspect of what Jeffrey Epstein represented, what he was primarily doing, his role with intelligence services. And I don't like this idea that because there is some nominal prosaic explanation for how the person got the money does not mean that there was not intelligence connections related to acquiring the money. The whole way intelligence works through illicit transfers of money under benign front causes. That is literally every single thing an intelligence service does. The CIA never sends a check that says this money is from the CIA. That doesn't exist. There's no such thing as an honest money transfer from a spy service. Because if there was, you'd fucking know it was a spy service. And so prosaic transactions are actually the mandated cover for intelligence-related work. And we've covered thousands and thousands of those over the now 3 years that I've had this public account. Everything from the Children's Defense Fund, for that the CIA ran the fake vaccination programs through, to fake shrimping companies, to gun store fronts, to scuba diving retail shops, to private foundations, nominally for things like health or food relief, to working with both big banks, little banks, international banks, hedge funds, and the like. So I had a bit of a chuckle at that, because I think we're going to see a data point quite early on in this that will bring that issue to the fore about what these transactions really were. So I'll turn music probably in about 15. I want to just get a rhythm going here. So cover photo is Jeffrey Epstein posing for a photo when Cosmopolitan named him Bachelor of the Month in July 1980. And I'm glad they start with this cover photo of him in 1980, because late 1980 was exactly the moment that Jeffrey Epstein jumped from being formerly employed by Bear Stearns to setting up his own nominally one-man shop in his one-bedroom apartment in New York, setting up a company called Intercontinental Assets Group. That was his vehicle throughout the 1980s for his work in sheltering assets for governments and high net worth individuals, as well as recovering assets. Asset sheltering and asset tracing is how he described it. He described himself as a high-level financial bounty hunter for governments and high net worth individuals. As we covered, I believe it was in this period in the early 1980s, right when the Iran Revolution happened in 1979, right when the CIA was at its weakest after the Church Committee hearings, the regulatory reforms that put handcuffs on the CIA, and the and the early Ronald Reagan tenure of trying to get those CIA powers back, right as the Iran-Contra scandal was starting, of running guns illegally to Iran and skimming the profits to send the proceeds of one illegal gun sale to another illegal gun sale to the Nicaraguans to pay for Nicaraguan weapons in a illegal covert action against the Sandinista government in Nicaragua. So the piece is called Scams, Schemes, Ruthless Cons: The Untold Story of How Jeffrey Epstein Got Rich. Just a little bit more color on that. As we talked about, it was this early 1980s period where you had Jeffrey Epstein having spent 4 years at Bear Stearns, being personally recruited there by the head of Bear Stearns, Ace Greenberg, who was highly politically active in Middle East issues. Jeffrey Epstein handled the Edgar Bronfman account for family planning while he was at Bear Stearns. Edgar Bronfman was not only one of the mafiosos associated with the Bronfman bootlegging operation going back to the Prohibition era, but Edgar Bronfman would also play a significant role in Israeli politics as the head, I believe in 1979, he became the head of the World Jewish Congress. And from there, transformed the WJC into what they referred to as the external foreign ministry of the government of Israel at the time that the CIA and Israel were working together to solve both the Iran problem and the Iraq problem. My mic is fuzzy. Well, I think there's actually just background noise from this. There's a train that's just got some background noise, but I think that'll go away in a second. So what you had was a multi-governmental soup that had been working together at the intelligence layer in the shadows in the late 1970s. The late 1970s, as we've covered many times, I think it's even just on the Wikipedia Safari Club. The Safari Club was set up because Stansfield Turner neutered the CIA as Jimmy Carter's CIA director. The Safari Club the Mount Kenya Safari Club was run by Adnan Khashoggi, who was the Saudi arms dealer, rumored at the time to be the richest man in the world. He sold more in commissions to Lockheed, Raytheon, and Boeing in weapons sales than every other commission agent in the world combined. And what happened was, in the late 1970s, when the CIA was being dismembered and disempowered by the Democrats who were trying to do to the CIA then what we're trying to do to the CIA and FBI now in terms of slashing personnel, putting permanent reforms in place, and accountability toward and the like, the legacy CIA network moved offshore from Langley, Virginia, to the Safari Club in Kenya, and it was jointly. I guess they don't mention it here, but it was a joint U.S., Israel, France, Egypt, Saudi Arabian operation. The very folks that Jeffrey Epstein would later partner with through the French connection, through all of the Israel contacts that we've been over with Ehud Barak in that network, with the U.S. intelligence network, through all of the ties that we've laid out from the 1980s through the 1990s through the early 2000s, all the way into his post-conviction years. But what's important to understand is that in 1976, right as a young Jeffrey Epstein is starting at Bear Stearns, there is already a joint intelligence primordial soup being set up. Now, remember, Iran is a partner here, but this is pre-1979 when the Iranian government, the CIA and MI6-backed Iranian government, was toppled. So in 1979, the world turned completely on its head. In 1979, the Iranian Revolution lost joint control, effectively, over one of the most bountiful countries on planet Earth in terms of petroleum resources, strategic access, and the like. And so, as it says, it was formed in 1976 that ran clandestine operations around Africa at a time when the U.S. Congress had limited the power of the CIA after years of abuses. Now, so Jeffrey Epstein, the loose cannon, departs from Bear Stearns, but continues, as we covered in last stream, he goes from a Bear Stearns employee to a Bear Stearns client, where Bear Stearns would still handle the financial technical work, where Jeffrey Epstein would go out and interface directly with the clients. Now, I bring that up because, going back to our article here, yes, and as we've covered, Jeffrey Epstein claimed in the 1980s that one of his marquee clients was Adnan Khashoggi, who ran the CIA's covert clandestine operations network out of the Safari Club. So Jeffrey Epstein's client was the guy running the joint Saudi CIA, Israeli intelligence, as well as a couple of European countries during this time, 1976 to 1983. For years, rumors swirled about where Epstein's wealth came from. The Times investigation reveals the truth of how a college dropout clawed his way to the pinnacle of American finance and society. One evening in early 1976, a bushy-haired Jeffrey Epstein showed up for an event at an art gallery in Midtown Manhattan. Epstein was a math and physics teacher at the city's prestigious Dalton School, which was run by Bill Barr's father, Donald Barr. Donald Barr started his career in the OSS, the precursor to the CIA. And then obviously William Barr started his career in the CIA. So both the father and son started their careers in the CIA. Bill Barr worked his first 7 years of his career as a CIA employee, going to Knight Law School to get his law degree while he worked for the CIA, and then was, according to the New York Times, the CIA's mop-up man to cover up the CIA scandal of Iran-Contra by being the legal interlocutor between the CIA and Congress to successfully block Congress from getting access to CIA files around Iran-Contra. Bill Barr was rewarded for his work in covering up Iran-Contra with a meteoric career to become the Attorney General of the United States under George H.W. Bush, and then later for Donald Trump when Jeffrey Epstein himself was rearrested and then died mysteriously in prison. This was, a lot of people forget that he was the Attorney General of the United States, not just under Trump when Epstein died, but he was the Attorney General of the United States for George H.W. Bush, who himself was the CIA director in 1976 when Jeffrey Epstein was starting his career at Bear Stearns, and when, as we'll see, Stanley Pottinger was making his transition from DOJ, CIA to the private sector, and then linking up with Jeffrey Epstein. So a lot was going on in 1976 in this critical period while the Church Committee hearings were going on, and before Iran-Contra, CIA versus after. So just getting back to this one. So let me just bring this a little bit closer to the. So math and physics teacher at the Dalton School, and the father of one of his students had invited him. Epstein initially demurred, saying he didn't go out much, I guess, to this art gallery in Midtown Manhattan. But he eventually relented. It would turn out to be one of the best decisions he ever made. At the gallery, Epstein bumped into another Dalton parent who had heard tales of the 23-year-old's wondrous math skills. Yeah, okay. The parent asked if he'd ever thought about a job on Wall Street, according to an unreleased recording of Epstein in a document prepared by his lawyers. Ah, well, I guess if his lawyers say it, it has to be true. Epstein was game. The parent dialed a friend, Ace Greenberg, who had become CEO at Bear Stearns. Epstein, the friend told Greenberg, was wasting his time at Dalton. Greenberg invited Epstein to the investment firm's offices at 55 Water Street. I'll just put this here for you guys, the link if you want to follow along. At the southern tip of Manhattan, Epstein showed up in a turtleneck. Greenberg was impressed, even though the young man didn't have the foggiest idea of how Wall Street worked. Now, this is also, okay, so they mentioned, this is what they called PSD, poor, smart. Bear Stearns had this philosophy in the 80s they called PSD, poor, smart, and driven to succeed. Basically, poor, smart, and driven was who they were, the kind of young people they were looking to recruit. Greenberg had helped build Bear Stearns into one of the industry's scrappiest firms by eschewing the traditional investment banking practice of hiring Ivy Leaguers with MBAs. He preferred what he called PSDs. There you go. Those who were poor, smart, and had a deep desire to be rich. Epstein fit the bill. He grew up in a working class family in Coney Island. Friends describe him as a math whiz and piano virtuoso. Uh-oh, the rogue piano man strikes again. And as Greenberg and his colleagues would soon learn, he yearned for wealth. That trait had been apparent as early as ninth grade. A classmate told us that Epstein predicted to her that one day he would be very rich. Before offering Epstein a job, Greenberg had him meet another senior executive, Michael Tenenbaum. His son happened to be a Dalton student who reported to his father that Epstein was popular with students and the school's young female staff members. Epstein went to Tenenbaum's office overlooking the New York harbor for an interview. He was just a hell of a salesman, Tenenbaum told us. Epstein was hired. It was an extraordinary lucky break for him, the first of many. Administrators at Dalton, unimpressed with Epstein's teaching, had asked him to leave the school after the academic year ended. Now, just like that, he had a new job that paid roughly $140,000 in today's money at just 23 years old. Greenberg viewed the young man as a protege. Early on, he invited Epstein to a dinner party and seated him next to his 20-year-old daughter, Lynn, who told us she suspected it was a setup. The two hit it off and started dating. Now, that's an interesting data point. That's a really interesting data point. And this seems very plausible to me. I could very easily say, I don't know if this is true or a limited hangout told to a New York Times reporter, so it would be recorded as the official story. But having worked at, big New York law firms and working with investment bankers pretty closely, I could very easily see a mid-50s investment banker or law firm partner hiring somebody because he thinks, let's give this kid a shot. And he's a charming, good-looking young guy, and I think he'd be great for my daughter. Like, I could very easily see this happening, where his daughter's dating the wrong kind of person, in high school, in college, is at 20 years old, is running, on the wrong side of the track, so to speak. And then this good looking, nice Jewish boy walks into your office saying he wants to be an investment banker. And Ace Greenberg has sort of signaled, hey, I think I like this guy. I think he'd be a good salesman to pitch our products to pitch our investment products to. And I could just very easily see this. I mean, this is Ace Greenberg, the CEO of Bear Stearns. Early on, as Epstein's there, he invites him to a dinner party, seats him next to his 20-year-old daughter while Epstein's 23. So I could very easily see a situation where Epstein shows up to this art gallery. Apologies for the outside noise there. Where Epstein shows up to this art gallery, gets pitched on applying to Bear Stearns. Ace Greenberg takes a liking to him because he's like, hey, good looking, nice Jewish boy who wants to, with a lot of ambition, who wants to make it in the world. My daughter's dating, this horrible guy in college right now. I'm going to hire this guy to set him up with my daughter, and I'll take him under my wing and I'll make him successful. And then this, eligible bachelor, good looking, young, ambitious guy is going to, I could totally see it starting off as innocuously as that. Sorry, that noise will go in a sec. Like, this actually, to me, feels like the most plausible origin story to explain the Ace Greenberg, Jeffrey Epstein initial meeting. I don't believe that Jeffrey Epstein at the Dalton School I've not seen any evidence to substantiate, even compelling circumstantial evidence, even though it is weird that, you had Donald Barr as the headmaster. I don't think that their terms necessarily overlapped. I believe that there was like a 1 or 2 year offset. But like this, I think this was Epstein's portal into the madness that followed. Once he got on this high track with Ace Greenberg trying to set him up, with the CEO of Bear Stearns trying to set him up with his daughter, that's probably how he got sucked into this world. I don't believe that the Epstein intelligence, there's simply nothing else besides the Dalton School, very circumstantial data point, which to me could also be explainable simply by the fact that Donald Barr was a well-to-do, respected academic. I could see him running a private school for elite, New York wealthy families, and I could see Epstein, ending up there. But this, I just think this is an interesting reveal. I've never heard this data point before. The two hit it off and started dating. Okay, so right out the gate, when did Ace Greenberg become CEO? So Ace Greenberg became CEO, was it 1978? Is that when it was? So he became CEO in 1978, just 2 years after he hired Epstein. So Ace Greenberg was making his own career come up. He was, before that, let's see, what was he before? He was, must have been a very, very high level director or high level executive in 1976 when he recruited him. But as Ace Greenberg's star rose and he became, in 1978, the CEO, you can imagine what that would do for his protege. His protege immediately leaps 30 rungs in the cog machinery of the investment firm. This is a very, very common thing. I was intensely aware of this when I was in my early 20s myself, working at a big New York law firm doing corporate law, working with investment banks, is partners put young associates under their wing and have them do the grunt work and build up a network of friendlies underneath them inside of the firm. And just as the partner chooses the low-ranking associate to be his protege under his wing. The associate also, if they are a productive, desirable, if people, a lot of people believe that he's got he or she has a bright future, the associate also has to be kind of careful of who his or her primary mentor is, because just as the mentor hitches his star in part to the success of the protege's star rises and falls based on the star of the mentor. If a junior partner takes a junior associate under his wing at a firm or an investment bank, and then that junior partner becomes senior equity partner, the junior associate hitched to him immediately moves up all those ranks to get the best deals, to get the biggest bonuses. And so it looks like Epstein got a real lucky break when Ace Greenberg, as a senior executive, wanted early on to have him date his daughter, because then when Ace Greenberg became CEO, Jeffrey Epstein immediately moves into the senior power rankings of the firm at a very young age. The two hit it off and started dating. Word of the new guy's romance with the boss's daughter spread quickly, granting Epstein something akin to protected status at the firm. Look, I don't like that they're not providing receipts. There's no hyperlinks. There's no, like, how does the New York Times, because I'm conflicted, because this immediately, I can see it happening with my eyes. You can feel these kind of dynamics with the young people at a firm and the older people with daughters. This is a very real thing, and it happens in big New York financial firms and law firms, that there are people who are junior associates who are protected for some reason. They're the boss's, they're a senior partner's nephew. They're the senior partner's son-in-law. And you feel this kind of like, okay, it's not might be a Nepo baby situation, or they're protected by a senior partner. So unless they fuck up really, really, really bad, they are untouchable. And so I can see Epstein simultaneously moving up to handling huge accounts like the Bronfman account at Bear Stearns, and schmoozing with the highest net worth clients of the firm, while simultaneously not being very good at the underlying job of financing deals, of technical, discounted cash flow analyses, structuring complex international debt instruments, and how to structure a offshore banking transaction for tax efficiency purposes. How to run an IPO, or how to comply with Reg D for private offerings. I can totally see this playing out, because the question, one of the big mysteries, was how did Epstein move up so quickly within Bear Stearns? Because once you're at that high level, Bear Stearns level, where you're handling the Bronfman accounts, you're handling, you're plugged into these networks where you have an independent relationship now with these huge high net worth individuals, because you are their contact, their relationship manager, their RM at Bear. Then when you go out on your own, you keep those contacts. And that's something that firms are typically very afraid of, that when someone leaves, if they were the relationship manager on an account, that they will take the account with them. But Bear didn't have that problem, because when Jeffrey Epstein went out on his own, he still used Bear Stearns for the business. But this explains, in my view, this now connects to how he ended up in the Bronfman orbit. Because the question was, how did he move up so fast in 4 years? 4 years, like I've said a million times, you don't know fuck all about corporate finance. 4 years into it. You're a glorified coffee boy for your first year and a half, 2 years, let alone running a transaction entirely on your own. But this would explain it. He moved up even without the technical expertise because he was literally dating the CEO's daughter. Tenenbaum soon became Epstein's supervisor. So maybe Tenenbaum is how the New York Times got this. Because what bothers me is they don't say who told them that. Like, did Tenenbaum tell the New York Times that this is what happened? Because, we need to interrogate the veracity of the claim. This is not an affidavit under oath, under penalty of perjury. We need to be able to cross-examine the source, because if this is true, I can move on and accept that is indeed how he got to that senior level at Bear Stearns in just 4 years. Tenenbaum soon became Epstein's supervisor. He was proven to be quite talented, Tenenbaum told us. Okay, so this is all coming from Tenenbaum. And again, Tenenbaum is, what was his formal role? He was another senior executive. Okay. He's proven to be quite talented, Tenenbaum told us, but in late 1976, he received a disconcerting phone call from the head of Bear Stearns' personnel departments. Employees had belatedly gotten around to checking Epstein's resume, which stated he had received degrees from 2 California universities. That was a lie. Are you sitting down? The HR official told Tenenbaum. Neither school has heard of him. So it's like Suits. College degree, or he didn't take he never took the LSAT or something, right? Like this young whiz kid. We're gonna take the heat off with a little. He gets this interview opportunity. It's like some random thing where someone recommends him because he seemed bright, but he gets into the interview. I'll just do it like this.
How the hell did you know they were the police?
I read this novel in elementary school. Cops are staking out a hotel. One of them dresses as a bellhop. The other is a man in a suit. And it was the exact same thing.
You read a novel in elementary school?
What? I like to read.
And why'd you ask them what time it was?
Throw him off. I mean, what kind of drug dealer asks a cop what time it is when he's got a briefcase full of pot, right?
We should hire you. Jesus, I'd give you the 25 grand as a signing bonus.
I'll take it.
Unfortunately, we only hire from Harvard. And you not only did not go to Harvard Law School, you haven't even gone to any law school.
What if I told you that I consume knowledge like no one you've ever met, and I'm actually...
So basically, he lies about having gone to law school so that he can get hired by this high-powered law firm. It's really funny. I kind of want to show you guys a deep cut. Let me let this play while I pull up something that you guys might find funny. Yeah, okay, 1 sec.
You want this job so much. Why don't you just go to law school?
When I was in college, it was my dream to be a lawyer. I needed some money, and Trevor convinced me to memorize this math test and sell it. Turns out we sold it to the dean's daughter. I lost my scholarship. I got kicked out of school.
The dean's daughter? Wait, did he say? Wait, say again?
Turns out we sold it to the dean's daughter.
Okay. Because, I thought it was like he dated the dean's daughter, which would be very similar to. Okay, listen, I just think this is funny. So I'm gonna, this whole thing reminds me, this is deep cut here, deep origins. When YouTube first came out in 2006, is when I started law school. This is the first time I ever went internet famous. And I just think it's funny, and I'm sharing it with you guys as a personal thing. But YouTube came out in 2005. It was acquired by Google in 2006. And everybody at all the American Bar Association credentialed law schools is part of the 1L standardized assignment about a case, an Americans with Disability Act case, where a woman named Pepper was suing her employer for back pay, alleging that she was fired because of discrimination on the basis of her disability. And the employer, Brad, I think was the name of the relationship manager, alleged that it was a lawful termination and she is not entitled to back pay because she lied on her resume about having a college degree, just like Jeffrey Epstein. And she had worked at the company for like 20 years, the whole time lying that she had gone to college, and they discovered that she didn't. So they said she lied on her resume. And then they said that she failed the drug test by lying and saying it was her pee. Instead, she smoked marijuana and had a friend pee in the cup, but she said that she was only smoking marijuana to enhance her viewing of Saved by the Bell. So this was the standardized exercise that every credentialed law school in the U.S. had all of the students in, I think it was civil procedure class, do. And so all the law schools, you represented either the company or Pepper, the employee, in this employment discrimination case with a falsified resume. And so you had to take either side of it. And so when YouTube first came out, I was with my buddy and I was like, man, I'm so fucking bored of this this assignment. Let's just like play some music, whatever. So I wrote this little song about Pepper, the employee, lying on her resume about having a university degree, the same way it now turns out Jeffrey Epstein lied to get into Bear Stearns. And I've not heard this in a long time. This is 2006. This is 20 years ago. But I'm curious how well it holds up. Hold on a sec. The song is called Kiss Back, Pay Goodbye. By the way, this ended up going super viral in early YouTube, like 2006 YouTube. And I got all these texts from friends at NYU and Columbia and like all these other law schools being like, they're like, Benz, my Civ Pro teacher just stopped class and played you on guitar for our 1L Civ Pro class. That's you, right? So it's just funny. This is 20 years ago now.
This is a little dedication, a little shout out to all you memo writers out there. This one's for you. Hey, ADEA, there was no discrimination. Don't listen to her claim. It was a lawful termination. So we respectfully request you away. Pepper tried to say on her employment application that she had the education, thus you should limit damages to just that thing. This girl, she worked for me for just 6 years. She was outperformed by other regional managers. We got policies for drugs and alcohol, thus we're entitled to judgment as a matter of law. Yeah, we got an affidavit, we're not gonna waive it. The burden's met, so don't forget. Summary judgment under 710.
Celotex was the binding precedent for summary judgment.
This is Pepperside. Going out to all you employees out there with a friend peeing in little cups that you can pass a drug test. To all you smokers with no use for a master's degree in customer relations, I just want to enhance my viewing of Saved by the Bell. Come on. Is that a crime? I don't know why I lied on my employment application. It was just a criminal conviction. Policies are circular and trivial. The things I did, they just weren't material. No, no, no. When my husband died, my ratings took a dive. Now I'll eat bread to be alive. You kiss back, say goodbye. Kiss back, say goodbye. Kiss back, say goodbye, goodbye. You know it wasn't such a lie. Kiss back, say goodbye. Oh yeah.
All right, all right. Sorry, I just think it's funny that there's like a Jeff. I was forecasting 20 years into the future what the Jeffrey Epstein scenario for getting into Bear Stearns. Just crazy. It all comes full circle, I guess. All right, so let's get back to this. Tenenbaum was in a delicate spot. He asked Greenberg what to do. The response, Tenenbaum told us, was that he should treat Epstein as if he were a normal employee, instruction that made clear, thanks to his relationships, Epstein was not, in fact, a normal employee. He summoned Epstein to his office. You lied about your education. Yes, I know, Epstein calmly replied. He never graduated college. Tenenbaum recalls being disarmed by the admission. Decades later, he would regard it as an example of Epstein's ability to manipulate his marks, in this case him. Why did you do it? Tenenbaum stammered. Without an impressive degree or two, Epstein said, I knew nobody would give me a chance. This resonated with Tenenbaum. He had benefited from his own share of second chances over the years, and so he agreed to give one to Epstein as well. Do you need a Series 7? He probably did. So he probably passed the financial exams to be able to handle those accounts. Kind of like in Suits, I guess, where he passed the LSAT or whatever without going to law school, which is totally possible. You do not need to go to law school to practice law. You just don't. You need to be able to pass the bar exam. Sorry, bar exam, not the LSAT. To have a working knowledge of the law, but I don't think that law school is necessarily the best way to, like, you spend an entire summer studying for the bar. You could just, from college, you should be able to just study for the bar exam. And if you can pass the bar exam, that's the test of whether or not you could be a competent lawyer. Why would you need 3 years of law school other than voluntarily if you think that best prepares you for the bar? Whatever. It's perhaps the first example of Epstein getting caught cheating and then avoiding punishment thanks to his uncanny ability to take advantage of those positions in power. Pekela for 50. Hanukkah Gelt. Happy Hanukkah. Thank you for being a friend. Thank you, Pekela. That's very, very kind of you. Yes. It's that time of year. I have ugly Christmas sweaters, but you never hear of an ugly Hanukkah sweater. I wonder why that is. You know what, actually? I just realized I have a dreidel teacup. Maybe when I refill my tea, I'll be festive for the week. I don't like this editorializing. Avoiding punishment thanks to his uncanny ability to take advantage of those in positions of power. No, this to me is not evidence of Epstein having this super skill in charming people. This is like the Nepo baby who's dating the boss's daughter. I mean, you can make the argument if he was still dating the boss's daughter that Tenenbaum would not, because this happened in 76, right? Yeah, this is the very year he started. So he's probably still dating Greenberg's daughter. So you know what I mean? Like, this is not like an, because what I don't like about this is the New York Times is using this anecdote to try to artificially prime you for the explanation for Epstein's wealth being this uncanny ability to take advantage of people. How is that taking advantage of people? If he was good at his job, you wouldn't want to fire someone for some qualification that proved unnecessary. Now, you may not trust that person as much as before because they lied to you once, they may lie to you again. But if they are a moneymaker for the firm, if they're bringing in clients or they have some other value, like, for example, he's screwing the boss's daughter because the boss set him up with his daughter on purpose and wants him to marry his daughter. Yeah, I think probably 70% of the time you get away with this. Unless there was some legal requirement that you had to have a college degree or something for the job. Like with law school, you need to have gone to law school to get your law degree to qualify for the bar to become a lawyer. With medical school, you need to have a license to practice law. Going to college doesn't give you a license to practice investment banking. It was just a job requirement. It wasn't a legal requirement. So they had the ability to waive that. So this is just, I hate this little bit of priming. And the New York Times loves doing this. When they're setting up a limited hangout, they're like, see, we're giving you like an early taste of this thing so that when you see this as the explanation later, it won't seem weird to you then because you've already in your head thought of 23-year-old Jeffrey Epstein as being a master manipulator of like 55-year-old multimillionaire Bear Stearns executives. No, there's actually a much more, what was their phrase? Prosaic explanation. He's screwing the boss's daughter and he's doing a decent job in year one with clients. So they don't want to make the soon-to-be CEO of the company pissed off by firing him. What will the girlfriend think when she's now suddenly dating an unemployed loser who doesn't even have a college degree? So what will the boss's girlfriend be left with in terms of her boyfriend's financial future when he's fired from the Dalton School, then he's fired from Bear Stearns, and he's got no college degree, no financial future? That would become a lifelong pattern. Oh, this is so bothersome. Nearly 5 decades later, and more than 6 years after his death, Epstein's become an American obsession, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Much of the last quarter century of Epstein's life has been carefully examined, including how in the 1990s and early 2000s he amassed hundreds of millions of dollars through his work for retail tycoon Les Wexner. The public understanding of Epstein's early ascent has been shrouded in mystery. How did a college dropout from Brooklyn claw his way from the front of a high school classroom to the pinnacle of American finance? You just explained it. The CEO of Bear Stearns, one of the biggest investment houses on Wall Street, wanted him to marry his daughter, set him up to date his daughter. You have answered that question a lot more simply than you said. How did Epstein go from being nearly fired at Bear Stearns to managing the wealth of billionaires? Because he's banging the boss's daughter. The boss wanted him to be his son-in-law. We have spent months trying to pierce this veil. We spoke with dozens of Epstein's former colleagues, friends, girlfriends, business partners, and financial victims. Some agreed to speak on the record for the first time. Others insisted on speaking confidentially, but gave us access to never-before-seen records and other information. We sifted through private archives and tracked down previously unpublished recordings and transcripts of old interviews, including one in which Epstein gave a meandering account of his personal and professional history. We perused diaries, letters, emails, and photo albums, including those that belonged to Epstein. Weird. Where's the hyperlink? We've got diaries, letters, emails, photo albums, old recordings. Okay, where's the hyperlink? And we're making these publicly available to you so you can confirm we're not lying or taking things out of context or deceptively doing a deceptive executive summary that inverts the actual text of what was said because you summarize it to mean something it didn't say. This is like the world's greatest trust me, bro. Oh, well, it's great you got all that private access. Can we see it? So we know that your spin on it is accurate? So we know you didn't, for example, leave any key details out, or maybe fucking missed something or didn't appreciate something's importance. Great. You got all this stuff. You recorded all these interviews. Okay. Can we get the transcripts of the interviews with all these people? Anything? Nope. I have been to the top of the mountain. I heard a voice from on high. I have been told by the voices in my head, which are coming from a spaghetti monster in the sky, that actually the world is made out of cheese. And I got private letters, emails, and photo albums, personal diaries, secret recordings from the cheesemaker himself and 24 of the cheesemaker's top cheese-making associates. Okay, can we see how the cheese was made? Can we see any of these? No. But the voices in my head tell me this is what happened. Of course, if some random blog did this, they'd never get away with it. But because it's the New York Times, and you're supposed to always trust the New York Times, they can fucking get away with this. And you have this social media amplification funnel where everyone's like, oh, we've solved the mystery without seeing a single source document. No ordinary person could get away with such a inscrutable lack of source documents. What emerged is the fullest portrait to date of one of the world's most notorious criminals, a narrative that differs in important respects from previously published accounts of Epstein's rise, including his arrival at Bear Stearns. Well, look, to their credit, they broke the Ace Greenberg daughter dating thing. That was always the question, because one of the issues is given Ace Greenberg's work with the Bronfman family, and given the ties between high finance and intelligence, there was the question of, was Epstein working on a deal? Was Bear, for example, handling Bronfman investments in the Middle East that were undermined by the Iran revolution? We saw this in the Soros case. Paul Soros, George Soros's older brother, was working directly with the U.S. State Department to get billion-dollar deals for port infrastructure development in pre-revolution Iran. Those deals all went to zero, presumably, when the Islamic revolution in Iran happened and they nationalized all the industries. If Bear was brokering deals, debt instruments, equity investments around Iran, or Bronfman's family planning was, that would immediately put Epstein in that business right as the Iran revolution is playing out and all those business enterprises get jeopardized. And now you need the intelligence agencies to go in and do Iran-Contra, to fight off Saddam Hussein in Iraq, to save the investments there. You need the State Department, the NSC. You need Adnan Khashoggi. You need Israeli intelligence and Ehud Barak, who was the head of Israeli military intelligence, Amman, in the early 1980s, right as all this is happening. That's a question. DSTS 2020, I hope they get to it. Said they dated. For how long? How many years did they date? Or how many months did they date? But this explains at least how Epstein would have even gotten access to the Bronfman account. Because you can imagine if Ace Greenberg, the CEO, wants a nice life for his daughter, wants his daughter to be dating a successful financier, he's going to give his prospective son-in-law access to the best deals at the company. which would explain how Epstein got this high level access. That is, that Epstein was not, this does move the needle, in my view, to the idea that Epstein was not one of these James Jesus Angleton type figures. It's very common, as we've talked about, for people to be recruited in their college years, young, into intelligence, formal or informal, direct or adjacent networks. This is a very, very common thing. Amaryllis Fox, for example, was recruited in college. She's the head of the international affairs budget for the Trump administration at the White House OMB. She wrote a book on how she was recruited. She's recruited in college, and was this is a very, very common thing. Renee DiResta, as we talked about, started her career at the CIA in college. You saw the same thing. Bill Barr, started at the CIA basically right out of college. James Jesus Angleton, as I mentioned, college. This is why this is one of the reasons you see such a big CIA role at colleges, in addition to the departments, the institutes, the centers, the foreign policy intrigues, the consensus building, the global network development. You also have the recruiting side of it. And it looks like Epstein, because I never found any good, even circumstantial evidence about Epstein being recruited into these networks pre-Bear Stearns. But this now has a cogent explanation for that side of it. In his first decade of 2 decades of business, we found Epstein was less a financial genius than a prodigious manipulator and liar. Well, no one ever accused Jeffrey Epstein of being a financial genius. Abundant conspiracy theory, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Abundant conspiracy theories hold that Epstein worked for spy services or ran a lucrative blackmail operation. Okay. So Michael Tracy just directly lifted this. Epstein must have acquired it through pedo blackmail ops or through intelligence connections. He just directly lifted it from this paragraph. Abundant conspiracy theories hold that worked for spy services around lucrative blackmail operation. But we found a more prosaic explanation. Okay, so he's just he just lifted that. This is what the New York Times loves doing, right? This is this reminds me of the Asia Foundation. Remember when the CIA panicked that Ramparts magazine was going to break, that the Asia Foundation was fully funded by the Central Intelligence Agency? So the CIA wrote 2 panicked memos in 1966 and 1967 to the State Department saying, oh my God, Ramparts is about to bust one of our major CIA proprietaries, which is essential to our clandestine networks in Asia. They're gonna publish that they're a CIA front. Oh my God, we need to arrange for USAID to fund them instead, because we have to cut off the CIA funding to avoid embarrassment. And we are going to work with the Board of Trustees of the Asia Foundation to craft a carefully limited statement of admission. So the CIA directly worked with the Asia Foundation Board of Trustees to craft a limited hangout to say, it was only a fraction of it. We weren't fully funded when they were. To say that, we didn't know because it was coming through this Vernon Fund or this Vernon Foundation. It's coming through a philanthropic foundation. We didn't know that was a CIA front. We didn't know we were getting CIA money when we were getting it, even though they fully knew. The CIA fully knew. But because all that could be proven is that the CIA front gave them money, and they couldn't prove the intent. That is, the Asia Foundation Board of Trustees didn't just publish their internal board meeting minutes. Hi, yes, confirmed. We knew that we were getting CIA money. We were set up by the CIA. What you're looking at is the creation of a limited hangout. And also, it conflates these two things, which are very, very different in terms of the weight of evidence. As I've said, I have never seen a shred of evidence that Epstein had a lucrative blackmail operation. You guys have heard me say this. I've taken flack from a lot of people over this, but I think as the more I've produced on this topic, people don't even really challenge me on this anymore, because I think this side of it is so compelling. I mean, you had an attestation by the fucking prosecutor who cut him the sweetheart deal, that the reason he cut him the sweetheart deal was because Epstein belonged to intelligence. You had Epstein handling the money for the CIA's main operations guy for the biggest CIA operation of the entire 1980s. You had all the Les Wexner stuff in the 1990s while Epstein is meeting 17 times with the White House, while Les Wexner is the single biggest funder of the Harvard Kennedy School, CIA recruiting grounds. You have Epstein directly working with the head of Israeli military intelligence, Ehud Barak, on dozens of deals all over the world. You have Epstein being the back channel, covert back channel for the Israeli government to evade U.S. sanctions on Russia to still cut lucrative deals for the Israeli government with Russia. You have Jeffrey Epstein meeting multiple times with CIA Director Bill Burns. What the fuck do you think they talked about in 2014? And that was before Bill Burns became CIA Director, but he had just been the Undersecretary for Political Affairs, which is the CIA section of the State Department. The JFK files showed that 49% of all political affairs State Department employees are not even State Department employees. They're CIA employees who get paid by the CIA. They're employed by the CIA, but they're only at the State Department political section under diplomatic cover. And Bill Burns, before he formally ran the CIA side of the State Department. He was the Undersecretary for Political Affairs. And then from that post, immediately meets with Epstein 3 times. I mean, you have like time and time again in this, but this idea that these things are unrelated is fucking insane. It is precisely because you have this high-level protected network, the same way that Epstein moved up at Bear Stearns because he was protected, right? Isn't that the word they used? Protected status. The same way you get protected status at Bear Stearns by the CEO of the company wanting to make you his son-in-law, you get protected status in deal making when you can insinuate to your counterparts on the deal that it's guaranteed by the full faith and credit of the U.S. fucking government because they want this deal done. And we went over contemporaneous with Jeffrey Epstein doing all of this, the case of Bruce Rappaport, who it has been publicly declassified, was the same type of person, a financier who served as the back channel to coordinate private deals with Bechtel, private deals with the government of Israel, with the government of Iraq, with the government of Jordan, to wrangle all of the cats as an outside financier to ensure that Israel would not attack the pipeline, that Bechtel would get the $1 billion contract from the government of Iraq, that Jordan would respect the gas transits. And Bruce Rappaport, who had all these CIA dossiers on him that were hidden until a special prosecutor compelled the CIA to turn it over. Bruce Rappaport had protected status negotiating those deals because he could tell all of the counterparties that the CIA and the White House National Security Council wanted this deal done. So you do this deal, you've got favors from the U.S. government for the rest of your life. You got a problem with the Justice Department? You've done a good thing. You got friends now. You have trouble with your taxes? Maybe we can arrange something. We can arrange something there if you go through with this deal. You have a securities violation. You're being investigated by the SEC. You do this deal for us, we'll put in the good word. It protects dirty deals. And it also helps explain why the fuck people did it. That they weren't just talked out of their money every single time. If you remember, as we went over last stream, Epstein, Forbes, I think it was this piece. Forbes did their own version of how Jeffrey Epstein got so rich. And it went over Apollo. Right? And it went over how Leon Black, what did he say? Got me over a barrel. Wasn't that the term? Over a barrel. But what it insinuated is that the reason Leon Black gave $150 million to Jeffrey Epstein wasn't because Jeffrey Epstein smooth talked him into the power of his genius, but because for some reason, Leon Black, the head of Apollo Global Management, with billions of dollars of assets under management, felt that he was, quote, you have me over a barrel. Epstein appears to have gotten Leon Black involved in something that Leon Black felt he could not get out of without Epstein's. And that could be because Epstein convinced him to do a certain deal or move money in a certain place, but it was legally jeopardized. And Leon Black thought maybe there were assurances in place from the U.S. government to bless the deal, to approve an acquisition, to have IRS guidance on how a debt instrument would be recognized. And then turns out those assurances weren't as strong as Epstein may have first insinuated. And now you're in for a penny, you're in for a pound. Like that's not smooth talking. But it's just, I'm already just very irked at because I'm reading this through the eyes of a pleb. I'm reading this through the eyes of an ordinary New York Times reader, or that Michael Tracy reaction. Well, the New York Times said it. He's just so charming. Really? You don't think it's because he had friends in high places? And the fact that he could flex those friends gave assurances to go through with deals. Shrewd billionaires are not that easily charmed. They're notoriously miserly, risk averse, and used to charming bullshitters trying to sell them on bullshit. I will never be convinced that some young kid has such a godly level of riz and schmoozing that billionaire after billionaire after billionaire, gives them tens, hundreds of millions of dollars in deal flow because he talked a good game. That is not how due diligence works in finance. You spend months going over deal details. You spend months in a due diligence room reviewing a company's labor agreements, its real estate contracts, its overhead, its discounted cash flow analysis, its financial projections for the past 5 years, its tax filings for the past. You have whole teams who do that review precisely so that you cannot be bullshitted into bad deals, or at least there are mechanisms in place to safeguard against that. These deals made sense to the people at the time. And what I'm trying to say is it's probably for reasons the New York Times either did not report or does not want to report, or wasn't just confessed to in Jeffrey Epstein's high school photo album. All right. I'll X this out because it's taken a while. But you guys remember that. I'll post the receipt and the replay. All right. So let's get back to the article here. We haven't gotten to the good part yet, the part that made me want to do this. Because there's another reveal in here, I believe, that is just so fucking unbelievable and so unbelievably at odds with what the New York Times says here. Because notice how they're priming you, totally without evidence. Where's the New York Times piece? Just all of this priming. So fuck all this editorializing. Let's see. Okay. So this is Michael Tenenbaum here. I wonder what Tenenbaum's background is. What deals was Tenenbaum handling? I wonder. Was he doing international transactions? Was he doing cross-border transactions? Was he doing, I wonder, this is something to diligence. Michael Tenenbaum, what he actually handled at Bear. Rung by rung, Epstein climbed a social and financial ladder, often using young women as a potent form of currency. His girlfriends, lovers, and even exes helped elevate his status inside a bank, got him hired to track down missing assets, and gained entry to prestigious organizations. Believe it or not, some of them enabled him as he constructed a sex trafficking operation that would later ensnare. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Story starts at Bear Stearns, place where Epstein learned when he. This fucking editorializing is insane to me. I hate this. The institution continued to enable him long after, he, as we said, a 32-year continuous relationship with Bear Stearns. Tenenbaum regrets he didn't end Epstein's career when he had a chance. I didn't realize I was creating one of the monsters of Wall Street. Okay, having been left the hook, Epstein was looking at a bright future. In 1980, Bear Stearns named him a limited partner. Wait, we're skipping to 1980? You got to be fucking kidding me. You got to be fucking kidding me. I'm sorry, what? How the fuck can you get away with this? Bear Stearns started in 1976 and left in 1980. You're telling me you sat for hours and hours and hours with the senior leaders of Bear Stearns at the time, who were Jeffrey Epstein's personal boss, and you didn't ask a single fucking question about what he did between 1976 and 1980 at Bear Stearns? Are you fucking kidding me? How did Epstein land the Bronfman account? This massively intelligence-linked, organized crime-linked, gun-running-linked, international mafioso family. How did he get that account? What's the story there? Did he get it in 1977? Did he get it in 1978? Did he get it in 1979? Who put him into that deal? How deep was his personal relationship with the Bronfman? Was he formerly the relationship manager on the deal, on the estate planning? What were the other deals? What did he actually do there, New York Times? You're saying we found a much more prosaic example, a much more prosaic explanation to explain Jeffrey Epstein's meteoric rise. In 1976, he was hooked up with the guy who had become CEO of Bear Stearns' daughter. Okay, great. That explains how Jeffrey Epstein was protected there. And by the end of it, he had all these relationships and contacts. Okay, well, we knew that. Jeffrey Epstein talked openly about that in his 32-year continuous relationship with Bear. You're telling me you met with all these Bear Stearns executives and you didn't ask a single fucking question about what he actually did there? You never asked a single question about what deals he was handling, what accounts he was handling, what clients he interacted with. You didn't ask for a single fucking name. What? So we're going to skip to 1980 when Epstein goes out on his own and already has access to all these high-profile clients without telling the story of how he actually met those clients at Bear Stearns? Now, I understand if your prosaic explanation is popular conspiracy theories online take a nugget that was reported about Jeffrey Epstein handling the Bronfman account at Bear Stearns, but actually, based on detailed records, private records, never seen before records at Bear Stearns, we can confirm that Jeffrey Epstein actually was not the relationship manager on the account, that Jeffrey Epstein actually had little dealings with the Bronfman account at all, that he had no personal contact That, in fact, he was just a glorified coffee boy for it and never actually was in the room where it happened at any point. Because in 1979, here's the documents that show that these were the people on the thing, and we have a firsthand testimony from his boss. They yada yada the best part.
So, Marcy, you should have seen me in the hot tub today.
Why?
I was naked.
Oh, George.
I saw it.
How'd he look?
Okay, I wouldn't see it again.
You know, a friend of mine thought she got Legionnaire's disease in a hot tub.
Really? What happened?
Yada, yada, yada. Just some bad egg salad. I'll be right back.
Nice girl.
Lovely.
I noticed she's big on the phrase yada yada.
Is yada yada bad?
Oh, yada yada's good. She's very succinct.
She is succinct.
Yeah, it's like you're dating USA Today.
So, I'm on 3rd Avenue, minding my own business, and yada, yada, yada. I get a free massage and a facial.
Wow. What a succinct story.
I'm surprised you drive a Cadillac.
Oh, it's not mine. It's my mother's.
Oh. Are you close with your parents?
Well, they gave birth to me and yada yada.
Yada what?
Yada yada yada. Still single.
You interviewed dozens of Bear Stearns. His fucking boss the whole time he's there. You never asked a question about what he actually did at the firm? You yada yada that part?
So what's she doing now?
Yada. But I love talking to you.
Me too. So speaking of exes, my old boyfriend came over late last night, and yada, yada, yada. Anyway, I'm really tired today.
Listen to this. Marcy comes over and she tells me that her ex-boyfriend was over late last night and yada, yada, yada. I'm really tired today.
This is what the New York Times is doing. We have all these exclusive interviews because remember, in night, the question has always been, how the fuck did Jeffrey Epstein have this network with Adnan Khashoggi and Edgar fucking Bronfman in 1980 to start his own firm? He must have been doing something at Bear Stearns with them. And there's public reporting that he handled the Bronfman account, which would explain a lot of that, but also the Iran-Contra network, as I mentioned, with through the Adnan Khashoggi. But how did he, given all of the financial turbulence and everything being thrown into disarray during the Iran Revolution in 1979, at the same time, Edgar Bronfman becomes the fucking external, external State Department, effectively, for the Israeli government. So here you go. Let's just do Edgar Bronfman. With a mobbed up family, working with intelligence links going back 3 generations. Edgar Bronfman. So Edgar Bronfman, in addition to running this mobbed up, former major criminal bootlegging enterprise, which explains the whole Ohio network, the Stanley Pottinger, which we'll get to, Dayton, Ohio, Les Wexner, Columbus, Ohio, the Cincinnati boys, the Cincinnati fucking mafia, was because it was through Ohio that the Seagram's Bronfman family bootlegged booze during Prohibition into Cincinnati. And that's how you have the Canadian Ohio criminal syndicate. Today, it's Seagram's. And I believe he became president of the World Jewish Congress in 1979 as the Iran Revolution was kicking off, which would explain, if he's handling the personal finances of this guy and this family and this clan, how he would end up involved in Iran-Contra and with the CIA. because the CIA worked with the Israeli government and the Saudis to do Iran-Contra via Adnan Khashoggi, Epstein's client. As president of the World Jewish Congress, Bronfman initiated diplomacy with the Soviet Union. This is Cold War shit. Now, I believe it was 1979, if I'm, there you go. Oh, sorry. It was 1979. The previous WJC president stepped down. Bronfman took over. This is 3 years into Jeffrey Epstein's tenure at Bear Stearns. 1 year before Epstein goes out on his own. If that publicly reported information that Bronfman had an account at Bear Stearns that was managed by Epstein in the family estate planning to do the tax structuring for the investments of the Bronfman family office, and Bronfman that very year, while Epstein is handling his money, becomes president of the WJC. And that very year, the 25-year U.S., Israeli, British hold over the Iranian government goes to shit because of the Iranian Revolution. That would explain how 1 year later, Jeffrey Epstein is mobbed up with intelligence links. Because that very next year in 1981 is when the Reagan administration immediately kicks off Iran-Contra. 1980 is when the Iran-Iraq war kicks off. So if he's handling the money for one of the key actors intermediating this whole conflict at Bear Stearns, then it makes sense you go out on your own and you have all these high net worth clients already because you were already handling their money at Bear. So what's the fucking story there at Bear? How can you yada, 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 how the fuck he got the account and how deep his relationship was? What did his bosses have to say about this? Yeah, Mark Rich, Bruce Rappaport, the whole network. There was a whole network of financiers along with Epstein doing all this. Yeah, and Mark Rich, we talked about all the CIA Mark Rich stuff in our stream on this. We went deep into all the Mark Rich CIA stuff. You can just look that up. Just I think if you just go to my YouTube account and you just type in Mark Rich, Mike Benz, you'll find the video with the transcript. We did like an hour on Mark Rich and the CIA stuff. I mean, it was open. Like the CIA like wrote letters on his behalf. But to yada, 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 like, no, like, you're telling us there's a prosaic explanation, but the question is not how did Epstein land the Les Wexner thing in the 1990s? The question, because by that point, he was already a multimillionaire handling Adnan Khashoggi and British and French royalty accounts and accounts of foreign governments. The question is, how did he get that? And he clearly got it at Bear. He wasn't just staring at a white wall in his one-bedroom New York apartment, cold calling, Spanish royalty. How the fuck can you yada, yada, yada the actual story of his rise in an article that purports to explain how that rise happened? This is unbelievable. If you understand what Bronfman did is he's credited with turning the WJC into a political organization that got involved directly in statecraft, which would explain the statecraft operations Epstein was involved in during Iran-Contra. And then what appears to be the case in the 1990s, as I mentioned, Jeffrey Epstein negotiated the fucking contract to move the CIA's proprietary airliner, Southern Air Transport, which was busted running drugs and guns during Iran-Contra. He personally was the authorized signatory on the deal with Southern Air Transport to move it to a military base in Columbus, Ohio to service the limited. Hey, any of you guys got any bright ideas about how you would go about in 1994 convincing the Central Intelligence Agency to move its proprietary CIA airline used for covert operations based in Miami to fucking up and move its entire operation to fucking Columbus, Ohio, just to service your personal company instead of the CIA? What do you think, he cold called the CIA? You think he just schmoozed the CIA? Or is it because he was handling Adnan Khashoggi's money during Iran-Contra that purchased the guns that Southern Air Transport a decade earlier was moving? The question is, how did Epstein plug into that? Was it Edgar Bronfman? Was it other clients at the firm? Was it other accounts that he was handling? Was it because it wasn't an account he was handling, but rather it was networking events that Bear Stearns, brought him to? Did he go to an art gallery in Chelsea, Manhattan, and meet, like a Saudi businessman then? Because he had fake passports listing his residence as Saudi Arabia in 1982. While he was handling Adnan Khashoggi's money in 1982. Just 1 year off on his own. Like, do you see how maddening this is? And the fact that, like, someone like Michael Tracy can just, like, well, that solves it. It turns out he's just a really good talker, and he got these deals because he's a really good talker. And look, they interviewed all these Bear Stearns people. What did they interview him about, Michael Tracy? Why the fuck did they not mention in this entire article a single fucking deal that Epstein was involved in at Bear? Now, let me make sure that this is really true, because I'm having trouble believing my eyes that nobody else is making this kind of fundamental base layer of the Jenga tower point. Let me just run a search for Bear. And how many times after this? Okay, Bear. In 1980, Bear names him as a partner. 1980, 81. Oh, God. 1982. Holy shit. It's true. Let me run a search for 1977. 1977 does not appear once in the entire article. The question is, how did he get these accounts? What did he do with these accounts? What did he do with the high net worth individuals while he was at Bear? While he was handling these accounts or working on these deals? How about 1978? Let's run it. Nope, nothing. 1979, nothing in 1979, the year all this happened. That Bronfman became the head of the WJC, that the Iran revolution kicks off, that the Iran-Iraq war breaks out. Nothing. They yada the best part. The rise, this is the mystery of it all. Once he's up and running, once he's already handling Adnan Khashoggi's money in fucking 1983, sky's the limit. You're already handling the money of the guy fucking Time magazine is calling the richest person in the world. The richest man in the world. That's the question. Once he's already there, it's like small wonder that he then handles money for other associated high net worth individuals like Les Wexner, or networks his way into the Clintons. He's already there. Question is, how did he get there? That's the origin story. Did you miss the fucking origin in your piece that I believe is titled, what are the origins? They advertised on X as the origins. This is we now have the official origin story. Did you miss the origins part of the word origin? Unfucking believable. Well, you know, once he was already handling the money of who's the guy who's alleged to be the richest person in the world, you know, he just kept getting deal after deal. Wow, great journalistic contribution to our knowledge. I'm glad that you got these. This reminds me of when Alan Fuhr ran cover for Ray Epps. This is so funny. I remember this. So the New York Times got freaked out about our Revolver coverage of Ray Epps. Freaked the fuck out. Because the New York Times had made Ray Epps the face of January 6th for the first 6 months after January 6th. The New York Times, in their proprietary videos on YouTube and embedded in their articles, started their insurrection footage with Ray Epps yelling, "We need to go into the Capitol," with Ray Epps whispering into the ear of Maroon PB, "When we go in, make sure to leave this here." Ray Epps whispering into the ear of Ryan Samsel at 12:53 p.m. right before the initial perimeter breach. So then we at Revolver published this blockbuster fucking series like, holy shit, Ray Epps is not prosecuted, and look at this shit. Foreknowledge, brags that he orchestrated it, committed every felony times 100 of anybody else that day. And Alan Fuhr, the guy who, got all this private access as a New York Times journalist to write the book on the CIA's drug dealer. I think El Chapo was like, I mean, they literally, like, he goes from that to the Ray Epps story, and he gets all these private interviews with Ray Epps. And he never asks Ray Epps, how did you get the idea to go into the Capitol? What prompted you to say, we need to go into the Capitol, into the Capitol? Were you talking to anybody else at the time? Okay, you said you didn't work for the FBI. You said you didn't work for federal law enforcement. Okay, well, how about DHS? They have all these voluntary informant programs. He had been working with the military since he left as a Marine. He had all these Facebook photos of him with the Pentagon. He had been making these secret trips to Mexico at the same time that the CIA was running all of these Texas Lightfoot Infantry, Iran-Contra adjacent gun transportation using right-wing, like Proud Boys style, Oath Keepers style groups, like the Arizona Scouts, the Texas Lightfoot Infantry, who all came out to have deep relations with the CIA, because these pro-gun groups who hated left-wing Marxist governments were being used to run guns to the anti-Marxist right-wing insurgents in Nicaragua, in Costa Rica. You never asked about any of that. You had Ray Epps alone for an interview for like 2 days at his reclusive Rocky Mountain escape after he left the Ray Epps Ranch in Arizona. And you yada-yada'd over any questions about why he told everyone to go into the Capitol, how he got the idea, why he was so adamant about it. Was he in any forums? Did he talk with anybody else in Arizona while he was the fucking head of the Arizona Oath Keepers chapter? And it's like, wait, you had all this access. You literally met with him in person for a multi-day interview, and you never asked anything even tangential to the central crux question of it all? And then you're going to publish this limited hangout? Like, well, actually, the story is banal. He was a Mitt Romney supporting Republican, and he's a good boy. He didn't do nothing. Okay, did you ask him how long he had planned this for? Did you ask him who else he was talking to or coordinating with, or what he was doing with the Arizona Oath Keepers, or what he was doing with any of the groups ahead of time, or what? Like, no. It's the same thing the New York Times is doing here, just like the New York Times did with the Ray Epstein. The central question is, did he make these intelligence connections at Bear because of the accounts that he was handling that he evidently inherited in 1981 when he set up Intercontinental Assets Group? So he had clients on his own. The whole question is, what was his relationship with those clients at Bear that he was able to then have those as clients for his own thing? And you never asked a single fucking question about that. Unfucking believable. I worked from the whole key is it was at Bear Stearns. He started in 1976. Next paragraph. When he left, you tell us the key to this is this Bear Stearns story, and you never had a fucking detail about what he actually did at Bear Stearns, despite having full access to his boss at Bear Stearns. All right, we haven't even gotten to the good part yet. I can't get over this, that like, you got Michael Tracy, who's like, guest hosting the Glenn Greenwald show and purports to be an intellectual. And like, you just swilled this. You just guzzled it. This question never popped into your mind before you were satisfied with your prosaic explanation. Alicia BMD says Epstein feels like a glorified salesman. No, they're all like this. There's nothing special about Epstein. Hunter Biden's the same way. Hunter Biden is the same loose cannon, pathological liar, but kind of charismatic, fun dude who's around a lot of like hot young girls. Weird connections to like drugs and illicit activity. Same shit. Hunter Biden was plugged into his father's network. That's how we know. Well, his father was for 40 years on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. That's how you have Hunter Biden on the chairman's advisory board of the fucking CIA, NDI, the DNC branch of the CIA. Ned. That explains that. That explains how he was on the board of directors for Catholic Charities, who has been working with the CIA since the 1940s, when the CIA was running the Italy operation and using its relationship with the Catholic Church and Catholic charity fronts to funnel money to the pro-U.S. political party in Italy's first election after World War II. That's how you have Hunter Biden at Burisma while it's funded by USAID and he's working with the State Department. That's how you have Hunter Biden having this massive equity stake in Metabiota while it's funded by the CIA, funded by the USAID and working with CIA. This is a very common thing. You have some charming, loose lughead who's fun to be around, who's good at, who's a schmoozer, but it's not a supernatural ability. What made Hunter was not some supernatural schmoozing ability. It was the fact that Daddy, Joe Biden, the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, was his father. Joe Biden, the vice president of the United States, was his father. Joe Biden, the president of the United States, was his father. That's what made the charm charming. In this case, we know in the 1990s, Les Wexner was daddy for Jeffrey Epstein. We know there are a range of hugely high net worth individuals who were daddy effectively in the mid 1980s. Adnan Khashoggi, the European royal families and all this. the question, and we know that Daddy was Ace Greenberg to protect Epstein, so that when he smoozed you, you went along with it because he's representing the CEO of the company. It's going to be the CEO of the company's son-in-law. The question is what happened in between that? What happened in 1977 at Bear? What happened in 1978 at Bear? What happened in 1979 at Bear? What happened in 1980 at Bear? I don't want his initial interview and his exit interview. Because by the time of the exit interview, he was already hooked up with all these people. Holy shit. How am I the only person making this point about this article? Okay. In 1980, Baird named him a limited partner, one ring below full partner at 27, youngest in the firm's history to join the partnership, pulling in about $800,000 in today's dollars. By then, Epstein's dalliance with Greenberg's daughter had fizzled. She told us she learned that Epstein lied about everything, but his renown. I mean, by then. What the fuck is going on here? What the fuck is going on here? Guys, the New York Times interviewed Jeffrey Epstein's girlfriend, who was the daughter of the CEO of Bear Stearns. This whole rise is about Bear Stearns, who not only was his origin point, but was also the 32-year continuous relationship that network guided his entire career. And you got the girlfriend for a long form on the record interview. You never even told us when they broke up. When did they break up? His final year, 1980. He got there in 1976. Did they break up in checks notes? 1977? Nope. Not a single reference to what in 97. Did they break up in 1979? 1978? 1979? No. When did they break up? What do you mean? By the time, so he leaves in 1980. So sometime between, because that gets to the question of, was Epstein protected the entire time because he was dating the daughter? Or was he handling important accounts in, say, 1978, 79? And because the clients liked him, he was protected because the clients liked him, and he was an important relationship manager for those clients. So his protection came from that rather than from him being the prospective son-in-law of the CEO of the firm. You talked to her. You never asked the question, when did you break up? How long did you date? Did you date for 6 months in 1976? Did you date for a year and a half? Did you date for 2.5 years? Did you date for 3.5 years? Because that's an important data point to understand what he was working on at Bear and why he was working on it. Was it because he was working on deals where he was considered significant and protected because of that? Or was it because for pretty much the entire time he was dating the daughter? And they never even asked. They never even asked. Or they asked, and the answer is inconvenient. I could totally imagine a situation where it's like when the CIA, when the New York Times ran cover for the CIA trafficking cocaine, when the CIA ran cover for the CIA during Russiagate, when the CIA ran cover for the feds during January 6th and Ray Epps and all that. Maybe they asked, but it wasn't all the news that's fit to print. Maybe, for example, he was dating the daughter, and because of that, Ace Greenberg put Epstein on the Bronfman account. But and then in, say, a year and a half or 2 years later, in 1978, we dated for 2 years. But in 1978, when Epstein started handling the Bronfman account, Bronfman took a liking to him. And they broke up, and Bronfman wanted to hook up Jeffrey Epstein with his daughter. And so now he's protected because Jeffrey Epstein is protected because the biggest client one of the biggest clients in the firm wanted him protected. That's a hugely important thing to know, especially in conjunction with what deals he actually worked on, why, when, how, who did he talk to, how deeply involved. Because then we can figure out if it was those people who put him on at Bear, that's how he got the clients afterwards. And that was the source of the protection rather than the girlfriend. But they don't fucking tell us that. You had her, and then what did you talk about the rest of the time? How was your day? What'd you do last week? What's a fun thing to do in New York? Okay. Thanks for the interview. You never asked how long they fucking dated? You gave this as the explanation for his meteoric rise inside the firm, and you didn't even tell us if they dated for 3 months or 3 years.
What do you think she was tired from?
Well, obviously the yada yada. You don't think she'd yada yada sex?
I've yada-yada'd sex. Yeah. I met this lawyer. We went out
They're yada-yadaing the fucking money shot of the sex.
to dinner. I had the lobster bisque. We went back to my place. Yada, yada, yada. I never heard from him again.
But you yada yada over the best part.
No, I mentioned the bisque.
Well, I gotta do something. Well, it was a hell of a yada yada.
He's moving to Seattle. He wanted to say goodbye. I was just getting out of the shower and yada, yada, yada.
All right, enough!
The Bronfman family is an intelligence family. It's a family that works with the CIA, with the Israelis, with the Saudis, with organized crime, with which the CIA works with, as even the JFK files talked about. If that's where he got hooked up with Bear, as has been publicly reported, then this whole thing, the prosaic explanation because of the deals, that would explain how he got involved in the intelligence world. Why it is Alex Acosta told the Trump transition team that he belonged to intelligence. If that happened at Bear in 1979 as the Iranian Revolution broke out and brought the CIA, Saudi intelligence, and Israeli military intelligence into a tripartite alliance requiring massive covert flows through major financial firms, all facilitated by Adnan Khashoggi, Jeffrey Epstein's client. How did he land him as a client? Did it have something to do with the fact that the CIA's partner on the deal was Israel and Edgar Bronfman was the chairman of the World Jewish Confederation? And it was a civil society arm in the Israeli government while the CIA and Israel were working together on this? Did Bear Stearns handle Saudi accounts? Did Saudi Arabia, which had been working with U.S. intel, remember, Saudi Arabia was our partner in funding the fucking Mujahideen in the 1970s. Before Jeffrey Epstein showed up at Bear Stearns, you had this multi-decade relationship between the Bush family. Remember, 1976, when Jeffrey Epstein arrived at Bear Stearns, the CIA director was a man named George H.W. Bush. who would later become vice president in 1980, and did the Iran-Contra affair with the Saudis and the Israelis using Adnan Khashoggi as the middleman. So that would make sense as the Iran crisis pops off. If the Saudis are moving money through Bear Stearns, if the Israelis are, if European NATO partners are, any of the Safari Club members or financiers or economic stakeholders of their activities are, that would explain how Jeffrey Epstein came to be so convincing in his later years, because he'd have been hooked up there at Bear. And you never even fucking asked a single question or didn't print a single answer about a single deal he worked on or a single account he handled at Bear. Fuck you, New York Times. Like, fuck you. What a whitewash. What a fucking brazen whitewash. 10,000 words and not a single one on the actual origin. In a piece that purports to trace the origins. He was regularly flying to Palm Beach to visit young women. That summer, Cosmopolitan named Epstein's Bachelor of the Month, describing him as a dynamo who talks only to people who make over $1 million a year. Gee, it would be useful to know how Jeffrey Epstein got that confidence to only talk to people who make over $1 million a year. What deals was he working on? What millionaire investors was he working with at Bear? Hey, did you think to ask his fucking boss that you interviewed what deals he worked on? What clients? Anything? One secret to Epstein's early success was his close relationship with Jimmy Kane, a senior executive who would one day run Bear Stearns. Rumors, perhaps fueled by envy, began to spread that Epstein was helping Kane, who died in 2021, to pursue women and score drugs, according to several of their colleagues. That's another thing. Kane raved to colleagues about Epstein and began introducing some of his most lucrative clients. Who? Are you fucking kidding me? So all we get is at some point, some undisclosed time period between 1976 and 1980 for 4 years, at some point, because I can totally see this being true. This is something that, like, you're keenly aware of as a junior associate at a big law firm working with investment bankers in New York City. There are different kinds of value you can provide to partners to move up in your career. One of them is being really a really technical grunt workhorse, where your value to partners, so that they put you on the partner track quickly, is that you're just the guy who gets the work done. You're just a really good workhorse, and you can always be depended on at 1 a.m. on a Wednesday night to just get it done and be at the office super late. Another one is you can be just kind of brilliant. Like you're consistently coming up with like really cool, interesting structuring ideas. And you just have a knack for brilliance at the technical level. Another is you're a good schmoozer and a good rainmaker, and you bring clients to the firm. And another is you provide some personal value to one or more partners at the firm. You introduce that you host cool parties. You've got tickets to sports games. You introduce them to other people that they wouldn't otherwise have access to. A partner is stuck in a bad marriage and wants to get out and wants to monkey branch to other girls, and your soirees have pretty girls there. I can totally see this being true. Again, this is back to this limited hangout thing. There's like one probably true thing that because you say, okay, that's like, this is what I imagine like the Michael Tracy brain goes. The Michael Tracy brain goes, oh, yeah, see, look, this is totally, what's the word? Prosaic. Yeah, that makes total sense. Okay. So that's how you get to like, okay, so he moved up because he gave access to girls and drugs, which, you know, I can see a senior partner at the firm not wanting to take the risk to go to some random drug dealer and potentially risk getting arrested. But your connect is Jeffrey is a guy at the firm who, if you know, he's not going to screw you, because if you go down, he goes down. Unlike a drug dealer who could just, you don't know if he's wearing a wire or if he's going to squeal. He doesn't have much to lose. But why the fuck, if the whole thing is okay, so it was Jimmy Kane inside of Bear who introduced him to the lucrative clients. So maybe Ace Greenberg did, maybe Michael Tenenbaum did, but we know, according to the New York Times, that Jimmy Kane plugged him into these lucrative clients who he would later have all these lucrative clients. Day one, when he started his independent firm in 1981, who were they? How the fuck can you yada yada this part? The whole power of Jeffrey Epstein post Bear was his clients. Jeffrey Epstein was not banging his boss's daughter when he was his own boss running Intercontinental Assets Group in 1981. Was it Jimmy Kane who introduced Jeffrey Epstein to Edgar Bronfman? Did Jimmy Kane introduce Epstein in, say, 1979 to major Saudi investors? And that's how Jeffrey Epstein in 1982 had a fake passport listing his residence as Saudi fucking Arabia, serving Adnan Khashoggi as a fucking client. Did you ask? Did you ask who the clients were at Bear that was the source of his entire power in the 1980s? How can you not ask that? How can you be satisfied with this limited fucking hangout and not ask any questions about the actual core crux of the issue? If you want to know how Epstein got plugged into intelligence and how he was so deep in the network of the most notorious intelligence operation of the entire fucking 1980s, as someone coming off 4 years at Bear Stearns, when he had these lucrative, high net worth, politically powerful clients at Bear Stearns, who were they? For example, if Adnan Khashoggi was a fucking client of Bear Stearns and Jimmy Kane introduced Jeffrey Epstein to Adnan Khashoggi, then you fucking have it right there. Jeffrey Epstein would be handling Khashoggi's money. Khashoggi then flies in 1983 to meet with the head of the National Security Council, the National Security Advisor, who runs military statecraft and intelligence for the U.S. government. And now Epstein's Bear Stearns client is now a major node in a CIA operation. And now, because of what happened at Bear, suddenly Jeffrey Epstein is a ultra protected, adjacent financial node to the CIA right out the gate in his late 20s. And the New York Times has all these people in the room and either didn't ask, which is journalistic fucking felony malpractice, or asked. The answers were just not fit to print. You had 4 different people at the New York Times, probably the highest paying, most prestigious journalism out. You spend your whole career trying to work your way up to the New York Times. Not a single one of these 4 people asked the basic question. Oh, so Jimmy Kane introduced him to all the firm's most lucrative clients. Cool. Who were they? That sounds interesting. If the clients were then or would later go on to work with intelligence, then Epstein would be confirmed handling the money and working with the clients who were involved with intelligence. You fucking idiot. That's what really catapulted him, Tenenbaum says, describing Epstein and Cain as two sleazeballs. That's what really catapulted him. What? You yada yada over the that. That's what really catapulted him. What? Oh, well, Cain introduced him to all the most lucrative clients of the firm. And then he just took those clients when he went on his own. Okay, who are the clients? Everyone wants to know, when he went on his own, how did he have these fucking clients? In 1981, as a one-person firm operated out of a one-bedroom apartment in Manhattan at the age of 29, were the people that Jeffrey Epstein said were his major clients in the 1980s. Let me just pull this right here. 1 sec. Epstein, Khashoggi. So this piece, My Tea with Jeffrey Epstein. Okay? My Tea with Jeffrey Epstein. This is written in 2019, but this is a very high-profile, award-winning, prestigious journalist, Edward J. Epstein. He wrote this in 2019. He said Jeffrey Epstein was only a would-be master of the universe when I first met him in 1987. 1987, okay? The Iran-Iraq War was 1980 to 1988. Iran-Contra was 1983 to 1987. In 1987, I asked him, what is your business? He said, I'm a financial bounty hunter. And he said, he dropped so many names in the realm of money machinations, such as Adnan Khashoggi, Aristotle Onassis, Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan. Those were his clients when he was running his one-person Intercontinental Assets Group in 1987, before he moved on to Towers Financial. Did he meet those clients at Bear Stearns? That's the question. That's the question. Did Jimmy Cain introduced? Is that how he got these clients? He was not cold calling the fucking Saudi embassy to pitch deals. He was plugged in by Ace Greenberg and Michael Tenenbaum and Jimmy Cain. If he met them there, that explains how in 1981 he was able to go out on his own. And you never even asked. They're assholes. They're assholes. Epstein will let be known he was having lunch with the chief executive of a major company, meetings apparently organized by Cain. Cool. Who was the major company? Was it Bechtel? Was it Bechtel? Was it a major CIA contractor like Bechtel? Was it Brown and Root? Where both Brown Jr. and Brown Sr. of Brown and Root were both had covert CIA clearances connecting the CIA to the oil industry? Because if it was Bechtel or Brown and Root who had major petroleum contracts in Iran that were upended by the Iranian Revolution, well, if the major company Epstein was working with at Bear Stearns was Brown and Root, well, then you've got Epstein handling the money for a major CIA contractor whose chief executive and founder and vice president were all CIA, had CIA covert clearances. How the fuck can you yada yada that? How can you yada yada major company? You're interviewing them for details. Who was the company? If the company was a major CIA contractor or had major touch points to the CIA, then your whole fucking thing about, well, there's no evidence that abundant conspiracy theories, they work for spy services. Okay, was the major company Bechtel? Was the major company Brown and Root? Was the major company Chemonics? Was the major company Chevron, while it held all these rights to petroleum assets in Iran that would go completely to shit and require CIA intervention in 1979 while Epstein was working there? You have not answered this question. In fact, you have studiously, anally, precisely avoided every detail that could answer this while you had them in the room, providing zero specifics about the clients. If the clients were working with spy services, then he handling the account is working with spy services. If the company is working with spy services, then Epstein is working with spy services. Unbelievable that not a single detail about any deal, any company, any client, any region, even what specific deals they were. Were they equity investments? Were they debt investments? Was there foreign currency speculation? They yada yada'd every single detail that would even approach the question of how he came to have major spy assets like Adnan Khashoggi as his client. Holy shit. Elliot Wolk became Epstein's boss after Tenenbaum. Did you ask Elliot Wolk any questions? I mean, fuck, like this article makes me want to like talk to the Justice Department to see what can be done to subpoena Elliot Wolk and Jimmy Kane to get these answers. Because the New York fucking Times refused to ask. Wolk surmised that Epstein's appeal to these clients was partly charisma and partly his newfound understanding of complex trading strategies. Yeah. What year was this? How newfound was it? Year one, a guy who's never worked in finance in his life? You said above, it's not his financial genius. So how newfound was it? He was only there for 4 fucking years. Year one, he's learning what a financial projection even is. He's learning how to read it. Year two, he's still learning how to read a fucking spreadsheet. Oh, really? Like, I've worked on major international deals. To understand tax law, when you're talking about these kind of transactions that touch like Sharia compliant Saudi investing and setting up shell companies and special purpose vehicles, moving money from some part of the Middle East through Cayman Islands and Panamanian and Jersey bank accounts. You're having to talk with 12 different tax specialists who all have 35 years of experience in the field. And this kid who started at 23 fucking years old suddenly has this magical understanding of tax law. Tax law? You know how fucking arcane that is? No. There's a much simpler answer. If the clients were working with intelligence, he was working with intelligence. Simple as. So who are the fucking clients? I'm not talking about like some sex, to be clear, because everyone, when they think about Epstein client list, they think about like, the little black book and like, who are the clients for underage child sex trafficking? No. I frankly, be nice to know, but I don't give a shit about it. That's not where the intelligence connection comes in. That does not explain Jeffrey Epstein's rise. I'm talking about his clients at Bear Stearns that explain how when he was able to go out on his own, he had all these clients. That's the client list. 1980, he flew on Bear Stearns' dime to a conference in the Caribbean. Okay, all these totally irrelevant details about spending money on girlfriends. When investment banks help companies go public, they dole out shares to favored clients. Okay, so these are hot shares pre-IPO. Bear Stearns executives learned Epstein. Yeah, okay. Yeah, there it is. Hot deals. Yeah. Now, again, that's going to make the clients love Bear Stearns. It's illegal, but the clients are going to be super happy because it's illegal for Bear to do. There are rules to ensure that an IPO is fair, that it's fairly priced, and that there's not insider access. Because when you IPO, that day, the stock price goes up. So anyone who's got shares coming into the IPO automatically makes a shit ton of money. There are very strict rules around like share ownership pre-IPO in the window before the IPO is announced, when they know they're going to do it. But that would help make clients happy because the clients are getting the hot deals. But it risks getting Bear in trouble. This is another one of these things where it's like, we still want Epstein to make the clients happy. That explains how he would keep Adnan Khashoggi as a client if he met him at Bear. Aristotle Onassis, Saudi, these like, Middle Eastern sheikhs. And you have the answers because you talked to two of his bosses. The firm soon discovered yet another infraction. Okay, so he lent money. SEC, insider trading. Yep. SEC interviewed Epstein, though he's never accused of wrongdoing. Now, here's the thing is, imagine a situation. We've covered a dozen examples of this. DOJ is investigating someone who's working with U.S. intelligence on criminal wrongdoing, and the CIA leans on the Justice Department to kill it. If, for example, the CIA was working with Edgar Bronfman in 1980 when the Iran-Iraq war broke out, and Epstein's handling Bronfman's money, then I could see the State Department, the CIA, the National Security Council simply picking up the phone or in the cabinet meeting, explaining to the Justice Department that that bringing this case would jeopardize U.S. national security. So do not bring this case. We would know the answer if we knew the clients at Bear Stearns. It's a real simple answer. If you want to dispel this, Epstein intelligence thing, then tell us what you found in your investigation, so we can check that off, so we know that didn't happen. But you didn't even ask. Early 1981, Bear Stearns began investigating Epstein. Epstein denied wrongdoing. They fined him $2,500, suspended him for 2 months. Epstein announced he was resigning. His 5-year tenure at Bear Stearns, 1976 to 1980, early 1981, was over. But Epstein didn't intend to slink away from Wall Street. The connections and credentials, again, 5 years, and you didn't name a single deal he worked on, a single client, a single company he met with, a single transaction type. Fuck you. The connections. Oh, the connections he had collected? Who? Who were the connections? You're saying the thing that explains his rise afterwards were the connections he made at Bear. With who? With what clients? With what companies? Would prove indispensable. The shit I can't tell you would prove indispensable. The shit that proves that actually there's a totally prosaic explanation for Jeffrey Epstein's magical meteoric rise. You're telling us it's prosaic without showing us a single fucking prosaic thing. Look at this. Look at this editorializing. By giving Jeffrey Epstein second chances, Bear Stearns paved the way for a future that far exceed anything that would have been possible if he saved the firm. I don't give a shit about whether they gave Epstein second chances. I want to know if they gave Epstein a client connected to the Central Intelligence Agency or French intelligence or Israeli intelligence or Saudi intelligence. I want to know if scratch this out, strike through, and say by giving Epstein the accounts of Saudi arms dealers. That reads a little fucking different, doesn't it? Then suddenly your whole thing about, it's not spy services. It's these mystery connections we never asked about. It's these second chances we gave him. But what did you do with a second chance? You gave him a second chance to work with these lucrative clients, these mystery lucrative clients. You never told us what he did with the second chance. Who were they? Were they affiliated with spy services? Were they literal fucking spies like Adnan Khashoggi, who he magically had as a client by the early 1980s? Yeah, or Doug Leese. Or one of the Middle Eastern sheikhs. Unfucking believable. By giving Epstein second chances. No, by giving him the fucking clients. So who the fuck were they? This is like, it's like one drip of a totally insignificant detail, then 4 lines of editorializing. One of the Bear Stearns contacts who had proven invaluable to Epstein was a junior saleswoman and former Miss Indianapolis named Paula Heil. She would expose Epstein to a previously unseen world of wealth, privilege, and possibility. They started dating before he left Bear. We tracked down a financial self-help book Heil wrote in 1981 that was dedicated to Jeffrey. That year, the couple traveled to England. Oh, that's interesting. Did they meet with London bankers? While they were there, Heil took Epstein to visit a rich acquaintance of her, Nick Leese. The family's, so this is how he meets Doug Leese. Doug Leese, who was a fucking British covert illegal arms dealer who ran weapons in British intelligence operations to covertly fund British-backed dissident groups and governments being threatened by insurgencies. While he was still a partner at Bear Stearns. Ding, ding, ding. A defense contractor, a weapons dealer, a fucking weapons dealer. Like, for example, what happened in Iran-Contra when the CIA facilitated 2 illegal arms deals, and then Jeffrey Epstein personally negotiates the very fucking airline the CIA used to move to Columbus, Ohio to service his company, The Limited. How can you write this sentence on paragraph what fucking ever 50? But the only thing people are going to read are the first 4 paragraphs where it says, oh, we found no connections to spy services. Oh, just a covert British arms dealer he was working with at Bear. You fucking shills. Then they met Nick's father, Doug Leese, a illegal weapons dealer with extensive connections to British intelligence. There, I fixed it for you. He took an immediate liking to Epstein. Why, though? Because Epstein was so charming? Or was it because Epstein was working on deals at Bear that implicated British arms deals or British intelligence or British regional activity in some godforsaken region of the world where the British Foreign Office needs guns supplied to British intelligence-backed mercenaries. Maybe that's why you liked Epstein? But no, you're going to say it was just he was so darn charming? No, because he never told us what he was doing at Bear. He was working at Bear while he was having this. Do you think they talked about business? Do you think they could possibly meet without talking about business? So what business was Epstein doing simultaneously with having this conversation with a high-level British arms dealer affiliated with British intelligence? Soon Epstein was making regular trips to England and spending time in Lisa's rarefied world. Douglas mentored Epstein and let him tag along for meetings with British and international elites. So he's involved with British statecraft while he's at Bear. Yeah, you're going a long way to dispel the spy services. So remind me who it was who kicked off Russiagate in the United States. It was British intelligence, who has a special relationship with U.S. intelligence. Part of the family. By 1982, Epstein was mingling with socialites. It was perhaps Epstein's first close experience with true generational wealth. Was it? Let me run a Control F for Bronfman. Nope. Nothing. It's been publicly reported that Jeffrey Epstein did estate family planning for families with massive generational wealth, including the Bronfman family, the billionaire Bronfman family. So it was certainly not Epstein's first close experience with true generational wealth. What's been reported is that while he worked at Bear Stearns, he worked in estate planning to plan the finances of families with true generational wealth. So maybe the reason he was at ease is because those were the, quote, lucrative clients you forgot to tell us about. Unfucking believable. It's unfucking believable. If that reporting is confirmed about Epstein handling the Bronfman account, the family planning account at Bear, understand Bronfman became in 1979, while Epstein was there, the head of the WJC. British and Israeli intelligence move in tandem. The state of Israel exists because of the Balfour Declaration, where the Brits handed over the mandate of Palestine to the early Israeli settlers. And a lot of that involved covert arms deals in Israel, but all over the Middle East, in tandem with British statecraft. If Epstein was handling Edgar Bronfman's fucking money, then him meeting with British arms dealers and the British statecraft makes a lot of fucking sense why they liked him. He could be as charming as my fucking deodorant, and they would still invite him to the parties and hook him up because he's representing Bronfman or Adnan Khashoggi. But you never even asked what the accounts were. And idiots, like, I'm sorry, like, I think Michael Tracy is typically like at least a cerebral person, even though I disagree with him on a fair amount. But this like idiocy of like just lapping this up. Oh, well, that does it. Okay. Nothing to see here. Yeah, they just talked about baseball. Yeah, he would go for like weeks to London to meet with like high-level British statecraft and covert operations arms dealers. Right as the Iran-Iraq war kicks off and the Iranian Revolution topples the government of Iran, and fucking Saddam Hussein is now in Israel's main enemy and the enemy of the CIA and MI6 as they're battling for regional dominance in the Middle East. And yeah, he's making all these like transatlantic flights to like talk about new movies from the early 1980s because he's just a good talker. Who the fuck can accept this? This is dog slop. And notice how they like this editorializing. Like, took an immediate liking. Why? Did they talk about deals? What deals was he working on that they would have this common interest? Okay, so I hope this connects to John Mitchell, because through Doug Leese, Epstein connects with John Mitchell, who was the Attorney General of the United States under Richard Nixon, and who got indicted covering up for the CIA in the Watergate affair. Let's see if he mentions John Mitchell. George Mitchell, through Mitchell, George Mitchell. Okay, where's John Mitchell? Nope, no John Mitchell. No John Mitchell, huh? Fascinating. Fascinating. All CIA links that are publicly known are not even mentioned. Not asked about, not mentioned. Just a blanket disclaimer. We didn't find anything. You never asked a single fucking question on all this publicly known stuff. How are we at 3 hours already? We haven't even gotten to the main point. The whole point of this is the Stan Pottinger thing. The fucking CIA. Where's Waldo? Okay, so Epstein sets up Intercontinental Assets Group and begins doing private deal making for Adnan Khashoggi. How? Let's see, Khashoggi. Khashoggi. Nothing. They don't fucking mention the marquee CIA and Israeli intelligence middleman, the marquee client of the 1980s for Jeffrey Epstein. We've investigated Jeffrey Epstein's rise. We didn't go over a single deal in his entire rise, a single client, a single company, and we didn't mention any of the known, not just CIA linked, literal CIA partnered and key partners of the CIA, Israeli intelligence, British intelligence for the entire 1980s, 1980 to 1988. Not even fucking mentioned. New York Times. This is like my favorite New York Times headline. Tim Weiner, who wrote the complete CIA whitewash book, Legacy of Ashes, total dog shit book, complete whitewash. Read Doug Valentine if you want a primer. Total garbage. CIA says it found no link between itself and the crack trade. Okay, well, that settles it. This is what they're doing here. We've investigated Jeffrey Epstein's financial life history and found no links with intelligence. Okay, well, what links did you find? We can't tell you. There were links to lucrative clients. Okay, were they affiliated with intelligence? We don't know. We didn't ask. We didn't even ask who they were. Okay, well, major companies, okay? Who were they? Were they connected to intelligence? No, we don't know. We didn't ask. So no mention of John Mitchell. Unbelievable. Just getting back to this. Khashoggi was the chief middleman who moved U.S. supplied weapons from Israel to Iran in the clandestine arms for hostages pipeline. Who was the arms dealer? Oh, it was Doug Leese. Leese and Khashoggi worked together on several covert arms packages for the CIA, MI6, and Israeli intelligence for this entire period, and you are telling us that he spent weeks at a time flying out to London to meet with Doug Leese, while Doug Leese is working with Adnan Khashoggi, who's directly working with both U.S. and Israeli intelligence. And you're telling us there's a prosaic explanation for this? So this explains how Jeffrey Epstein got Adnan Khashoggi, the CIA's middleman, the main operational figure for the entire 5-year Iran-Contra clandestine affair, why Jeffrey Epstein would belong to intelligence since the fucking early 1980s, is because in 1982, the same year he gets the fake passport with a residence listed as Saudi Arabia, where Adnan Khashoggi lives, while Adnan Khashoggi is having personal meetings with the Central Intelligence Agency and the National Security Council to do all this. So Doug Leese and Adnan Khashoggi are working together to illegally move arms through Iran-Contra. And you never fucking asked? You never interrogated that for one fucking second? You out of your fucking mind? Is this your first day on the job? Unbelievable. You're telling us in 1982, he is flying out for weeks at a time to personally meet with the CIA, British intelligence, and Israeli intelligence, and Saudi intelligence's main figures for 2 concurrent clandestine covert operations that got busted in 4K HD, generating a 10-year congressional investigation, multiple indictments, congressional hearings about the CIA doing all this. The main figures for the CIA, Jeffrey Epstein is flying out to personally meet with in 1982 at the early stages of his rise. And you say, oh, he had no connection to the what was their phrase? Spy services. Oh, you know, he wasn't making deals with, let's see, the guy running the spy services for the British intelligence, the CIA, Israeli intelligence, and Saudi intelligence for that entire 8-year period. He was doing deals with the main spies in the spy services and making money from those deals. And you're telling us he made that money just because of the deals, not because they were the spies in the spy services. How the fuck do you know that? What are they talking? What deals were they working on? Were they clients of Bear Stearns? You're confessing to the crime here. He's doing direct deals in the 1980s, early 1980s, with not just any random spies, the main spies, the chief middleman between the CIA and Israeli intelligence, operating out of Saudi Arabia, while Jeffrey Epstein had a fake passport with a residence listed in Saudi Arabia. While he's meeting with Doug Leese, who is running at that very moment, as they are talking, he is running the covert arms packages, moving hundreds of millions of dollars through the financial system to do these deals, to skim the proceeds for Iran and for Nicaragua. Just right there alone. Epstein's fake passport, which he got in 1982, listed Saudi Arabia as his primary residence. Fuck you. We haven't even gotten to the best part of this, because you're going to see when we get to the Stanley Pottinger part of this, you guys are going to go fucking ape shit. Soon Epstein was making regular trips to England and spending time in Lisa's rarefied world. Guess we did this. They're focusing on these stupid facts. Okay, he had extravagant spending. Okay, so did Adnan Khashoggi. So did all of them. It was the 1980s. Everyone was on cocaine. Donald Trump was spending extravagantly on all this. Everyone was. Watch any movie set in the 1980s. This is not an interesting detail. If the purpose of this is to dispel conspiracy theories about him having any connection to spy agencies, and you just told us he's spending weeks at a time with the key spies in the biggest spy operations of the decade. And the only details you're providing are like, he spent $10,000 on a necklace for a girl there. Hey, look over here at this thing I don't give a flying fuck about. Well, I purport to fill up 10,000 words, so this thing looks comprehensive. It's like me writing an English essay at 3 a.m. in the fucking Rosenberg Library at UPenn for a book I didn't read. And I'm trying to stretch it to 15 pages by having irrelevant details about one paragraph that I read, stretch the thing to 15 pages. This is total bullshit. So now we're getting to the good part. Back in New York, so while he is meeting with British intelligence, British covert arms dealers working directly with the CIA on Iran-Contra, he simultaneously joins forces with John Stanley Pottinger, a lawyer who had recently left a senior post in the Justice Department. I'm going to fucking flip my shit. I have not read this yet. Okay. Someone told me, hey, this New York Times piece mentions Epstein's relationship with Stan Pottinger. You got to check this out. If you know who Stan Pottinger is, this description is like, you fucking shills. Like, I don't remember being this mad at fucking journalistic malpractice since like the J6 cover-up stuff and like the Russiagate stuff. This is unfucking believable. The whole crux is you're trying to dispel that he ever worked with spy services. So while he's working with the very covert, clandestine arms dealer out of British intelligence, who is one of the key operational nodes in the CIA's Iran-Contra operation. He is literally packaging the gun deals that the CIA put together with Adnan Khashoggi and Israeli intelligence, the U.S., Saudi, Israeli operation there, and British. You're telling us while he was working with Doug Leese for the British intelligence side, he linked up simultaneously with Stan Pottinger? And you're describing Stan Pottinger as a lawyer who recently left a senior post in the Justice Department? Guys, Stan Pottinger was the CIA's mop-up man. Stan Pottinger has a CIA resume that's 500 pages long. Stan Pottinger was actually busted by the FBI in 1980 at the dawn of the Iran-Iraq War. Stan Pottinger was busted by the FBI but protected from the Justice Department from any criminal charges for covertly organizing the illegal arms deal to Iran. Okay, now before we get into the Pottinger thing, because we could do 4 hours on Stan Pottinger. It's unbelievable, and I cannot recommend enough the Johnny Vedmore series on this. Johnny Vedmore dedicated years of his life to Stan Pottinger. I'll put a link. He did a 3-part series. The first one's called The Pottinger Identity. The second one's called The Pottinger Supremacy. The third one's called The Pottinger Ultimatum. It's like the Jason Bourne thing. Here is his readout, and he's got links here. If you do nothing else tomorrow, I cannot recommend enough. This is an hour and 20 minutes, but it's a 3-part series where he does a read through of the piece that took him years, this 3-part series that took him like years to write. And this thing is unbelievably comprehensive. It's a 3-part series. You should watch all 3 of the YouTube videos in the series, or read all 3. So I asked, just in the interest of time, for ChatGPT to pull the top 20 data points. And I've got a bunch of copious notes on this, and I can recite a lot of it from memory, but just to make this easy. Oh my God, that's right. Let me show you some notes here, okay? Stan Pottinger's father is this very interesting figure, just like with the Bushes, came out of that CIA family. Because remember, who was the head of the CIA in 1976 when all this got started with Epstein joining Bear Stearns, and it was George H.W. Bush, and then he would become vice president of the United States in 1980 for 8 years. And he helped shield Reagan from the Iran-Contra CIA scandal. So Stan Pottinger was in this CIA web since he was a kid. He was plucked to go to Russia in 1957 and then gave illustrated lectures as a kid to adults in the business community in the United States on what lies behind the Iron Curtain. Then he went to Harvard in the early 1960s. Huge CIA recruiting ground there. Bragged to a newspaper, my professor drafted the Weimar Republic Constitution. Took Leon Panetta's job it's like the precursor to HHS and DOJ on civil rights. He became the head of the civil rights division at DOJ. That's Harmeet Dillon's position now. From there, what he ended up doing was immediately handling the CIA side of DOJ. He was basically the crisis Mr. Fix-It for the Nixon administration. He's the one who handled Wounded Knee, the Kent State massacre. He played a key role in covering up the CIA role in Watergate, personally protected CIA Director Richard Helms during the Watergate investigation. The New York Times reported Mr. Pottinger defended the decision not to prosecute CIA Director Richard Helms and others involved in the burglary of a photo studio in suburban Fairfax, Virginia, that was run by a CIA employee. Pottinger had the lead responsibility for investigating both the CIA's role in the Watergate affair, as well as the CIA's role in domestic weaponization. When it all came out in the 1960s and 70s ahead of the Church Committee hearing that the CIA was operating domestically and was funding U.S. college students to turn other U.S. college students against the Vietnam War, it was Stan Pottinger who cleared the CIA of any wrongdoing. Helms committed perjury. Richard Helms, the CIA director, denied to the Senate Intelligence Committee that the CIA had done any domestic surveillance. And then it came out subsequently during the Church Committee period that actually they had done domestic surveillance and domestic operations. This was Operation Chaos. This was the National Students Association affair. All the stuff broke by Ramparts magazine. And instead of the DOJ Civil Rights Division prosecuting Richard Helms and other high-level CIA officials for committing perjury, for lying to Congress, or for, I think the charge was a conspiracy against rights, that they had illegally infringed on the civil rights of anti-Vietnam War protesters, Stan Pottinger at DOJ killed the investigation. He personally handled interviewing Richard Helms and was the authorized signatory clearing them of charges. So Stan Pottinger was the mop-up man for the CIA for Watergate. He was the mop-up man for the CIA for domestic weaponization against the anti-war left during the Nixon administration. He was the mop-up man for the CIA's role in the Orlando Letelier killing. This is when, remember the Pepsi coup, when Richard Helms met with Henry Kissinger and Donald Kendall, the chairman and CEO of Pepsi. Remember the Pepsi coup that we went over? You guys remember this? Yeah, here you go. No one talks about this except me on first dates. This is the Allende coup, 1970 to 1973-ish. The CIA, so 1973, Richard Helms orders that Allende be overthrown in a coup. Can you guys see this? And Richard Helms authorized review all present and possible new activities, including propaganda, black ops, surfacing of disinformation, or anything else your imagination can conjure. eyes only, restricted handling, secret message. What happened here? All these records got declassified. Helms met directly with Don Kendall, the head of the Pepsi Cola company, because Allende was threatening Pepsi's bottling operations, which were headquartered in Chile. Pepsi Cola's market share was threatened. Top secret CIA, State Department, White House cables released recently by the National Security Archives showed that all these different companies, Cola, Copper, all had interests that were threatened by Allende. Hey, were any of those companies clients of Bear Stearns? Did Jeffrey Epstein handle any of their deals or accounts or portfolios while he was working at Bear Stearns? When the Iranian Revolution happened in 1979, and all these petroleum companies, all these energy companies, all these natural resource, metals and mining companies, when they were threatened by the new Iranian government, did they have the same meeting with the CIA director in 1979, 1980, 1981 that the head of Pepsi had with the CIA director in 1973, just a couple years earlier? You better fucking believe it. It's impossible for them not to. They are an outgrowth of the State Department. Our Secretary of State under the Trump administration, the first one, was Rex Tillerson, the chairman and CEO of ExxonMobil. Included authorizing CIA submachine guns and ammo. Well, that's useful. That's useful if you're, for example, Jeffrey Epstein, flying to London in the middle of this to meet with Doug Lease, the guy who is literally providing the covert packages of submachine guns and ammo. Kendall made a direct plea for action to the CIA. Don Kendall, the chairman and CEO of Pepsi, arranged to meet National Security Advisor Henry Kissinger the same way Adnan Khashoggi met with the National Security Advisor, was it Robert McFarlane, in 1983 for the Iran-Contra affair. It's the same thing. Nixon called in his CIA chief, Richard Helms, the same guy that Stan Pottinger was in charge of the investigation and who cleared him of all charges despite a known, this was hugely controversial at the time. This was like when James Clapper lied to Congress about the NSA not doing any domestic surveillance. And then the Snowden leaks came out and proved he'd committed perjury. Then the Justice Department didn't bring any charges. That's what Stan Pottinger did. He was the CIA guy. The same way Bill Barr was. Bill Barr started his career as the mop-up man, working for the CIA, going to night law school while working for the CIA, and then being the interlocutor between the CIA and Congress. So while Bill Barr was the protector of CIA malfeasance, the mop-up man for the CIA from the CIA to Congress side, fucking Stan Pottinger was the mop-up man, the blocker to protect the CIA from the DOJ side. They ordered the CIA to prevent Allende's inauguration. Here you'll see the memorandum. You'll see who are the participants at this meeting in 1970, just 6 years before Epstein starts at Bear Stearns. It's Richard Helms, CIA director, Don Kendall, the president of Pepsi, and the CIA's main media and propaganda point of contact in Chile, Augustin Edwards, who ran a chain of like 26 Chilean daily newspapers, as well as banks and business enterprises in Chile. So you got your local man, you got in Chile on the ground, you have your CIA operations, your CIA director, and you have the head of a major U.S. multinational business jointly coordinating this. And it was the assassination of Orlando Atelier that the CIA leaned on. It was Stan Pottinger who blocked that whole thing at DOJ, because basically Orlando Letelier was assassinated. This is, I wonder if the Grokpedia is going to be good on this. He was a Chilean diplomat, so he had diplomatic immunity, who served as the ambassador to the United States in the socialist government of Salvador Allende. Following Allende's overthrow in the CIA-ordered military coup, Letelier was detained and tortured in Chile before being permitted to relocate to the U.S. Then he set up all these institutes documenting the human rights abuses of Pinochet. And then in 1976, what was happening in 1976? That was Stan Pottinger's last year at DOJ because he left in 1977 because Carter won and you had a change in, you had a change in administration. And so he went from Nixon to Ford, the carryover. And then when Carter won, he went into the private sector to be a private intermediary for profit between the CIA and the private sector and civil society actors. It's the classic thing. But so Letellier was murdered in 1976. That's the very year Jeffrey Epstein starts at Bear Stearns. And it's the final year of Stan Pottinger's role in handling the CIA portfolio at DOJ, when he and his associate were killed in a car bomb in Washington, D.C., which formally it says was directed by Pinochet. But what ended up happening is because everyone knew the CIA installed Pinochet and funded Pinochet's paramilitary and military army, and the CIA wanted to get rid of all vestiges of Allende and its power base to achieve democratic stability, everyone immediately wanted an investigation into the CIA's role or coordination or foreknowledge into the assassination of Orlando Letellier. So who was in charge of that at DOJ? Well, it turns out it was Stan Pottinger, and he covered it all up. Investigation. Let's go here. Okay. Oh, by the way, Stan Pottinger was also the one who covered up the FBI and CIA role. We know the FBI role, but Stan Pottinger testified that the FBI had no involvement in the assassination of Martin Luther King. And then it came out later, the entire COINTELPRO, the blackmail, the threat letters, the surveillance, the FBI informants all around Martin Luther King. When Martin Luther King died, we went over in our MLK Files 5.5 hour stream. Remember that? We went over how when Martin Luther King died, he fell into the arms of the guy he thought was his bodyguard, but was actually a CIA informant. And it was Stan Pottinger who immediately closed the investigation into FBI and CIA foreknowledge or coordination of the assassination of Martin Luther King. It's a fucking Where's Waldo. Every CIA scandal of the 1960s and 70s, Stan Pottinger covered for them, because he was the head of the Civil Rights Division. That was his main portfolio. And when the CIA got in trouble for fucking around with the Civil Rights movement, Stan Pottinger was already handling that. And so then he got tasked on the Watergate, because that was 68 when Martin Luther King was murdered. So by then he was already in the practice of covering for the CIA and FBI and Secret Services. So then when Watergate happened in 72, he was the go-to guy at DOJ to cover for the CIA. And then again in 76 with the Orlando Letellier. The Pottinger family had an interesting role in COVID-19. It's like every cover-up in American history is run through the Pottinger family. Every CIA scandal. And Jeffrey Epstein is fucking like living with him, it turns out, according to the New York Times, in the early 1980s. While Stan Pottinger is running the U.S. side of Iran-Contra. They inadvertently proved the spy services theory of Jeffrey Epstein. 76, okay, Orlando Letellier. So the CIA was running Operation Condor, regionalizing the Operation Mongoose activities. So the CIA was Chile, Argentina, Bolivia, Paraguay, Uruguay. The FBI had an internal document insinuating that the CIA had Orlando Letellier murdered. This FBI document, which at the time was secret, here you go, Condor, right here, wasn't declassified until 1996, 20 years later. Turns out, remember, the FBI answers to DOJ. And as I said at the beginning of this, when I was talking about Dan Bongino and the limitations placed on him, FBI can't do shit unless it's also authorized by DOJ. And who was running point for DOJ on the Orlando Letellier case? It was Stan Pottinger, Jeffrey Epstein's fucking roommate in 1982, as we'll see, while he's meeting with Doug Leese. Okay. So the FBI, so Stan Pottinger would have fucking known this, since the FBI produces its intelligence for the Justice Department. That's what the FBI does. It's to provide intelligence for the Justice Department. And Stan Pottinger was running the Justice Department side of this investigation. Okay, so this is the CIA Operation Condor. You can fucking see it on Wikipedia if you want. This was the right-wing death squads the CIA funded. Read all about it everywhere. But what they say here is, in this FBI memo, while Stan Pottinger was running the DOJ investigation, it says Operation Condor is the code name for the collection, exchange, and storage of intelligence data concerning leftists, communists, and Marxists, which recently established between cooperating intelligence services in South America in order to eliminate Marxist activities in the area. In addition, Condor provides for joint operations against terrorist targets in member countries of Operation Condor. Chile is the center for Operation Condor, and in addition includes these other South American countries. Now, this memo also says a third and most secret phase of Operation Condor involves the formation of special teams from member countries to carry out sanctions up to assassination against terrorists or supporters of terrorist organizations from Operation Condor member countries. And they were saying the Allende regime was a terrorist regime. For example, should a terrorist or supporter of terrorist organization from a member country of Operation Condor be located in a European country, a special team from Operation Condor will be dispatched to locate and survey the target. When the location and surveillance team or operations terminated, a second team would dispatch to carry out the sanctioned hit against the target. The FBI, the last page of this, we'll just pull it up. Just read the source document. Declassified 20 years later after Stan Pottinger could no longer be fucking arrested for this cover-up. Here's what the FBI wrote. It should be noted that no information has been developed that sanctions under the third phase of the assassination phase of Operation Condor have been planned to be carried out in the United States. So the FBI has not received any information that the CIA sanctioned assassinations in the United States. Then the FBI writes, however, it is not beyond the realm of possibility that the recent assassination of Orlando Letelier in Washington, D.C. may have been carried out as the third phase of action of Operation Condor, the assassination phase. So even the fucking FBI thinks the CIA ordered this hit. And Stan Pottinger closes it down immediately and then actually uses it to seize powers. So here's what happened. Now remember, George H.W. Bush is CIA director at the time of this assassination. Stan Pottinger, Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights, met with CIA Director George Bush and CIA General Counsel Anthony Latham to hammer out a solution to the problem of CIA cooperation. Okay, this is 1976. The year that Jeffrey Epstein starts at Bear Stearns, and then 6 years later, I believe the New York Times will go on to say that actually Jeffrey Epstein lived with Stanley Pottinger. Let me make sure I have that right before I read you what I'm about to read you. Okay? So back in New York, he joined forces with Stan Pottinger, a lawyer who had recently left a senior post in the... Do you want to mention the fact that Stan Pottinger handled 7 or 8 different high-profile major CIA scandals, was having personal meetings with the CIA director and the CIA attorney general? When you put in your opening paragraph that there's no suggestion that Jeffrey Epstein had anything to do with spy services, when you're saying he joined forces with the guy working directly with the spy services in the UK, he joined forces with the guy literally jointly coordinating with the head of the spy services, the CIA director in the US, to say nothing of Saudi Arabia and Israel. And Epstein, Pottinger, and Pottinger's brother rented a penthouse office. They fucking lived together. They worked jointly together. In 1982, as Iran-Contra is kicking off, and Pottinger is literally busted by the FBI coordinating the CIA covert arms trafficking to Iran and Nicaragua. He is living with Jeffrey Epstein as this is fucking happening. You have just completed the case in the article where your fucking paragraph 2 is, well, there's no relation to spy services. You have just itemized one spy after a fucking other. Right out the gate in the origins. Before he's 30 fucking years old. And not just random spies, the fucking top spies. According to Epstein's friend Bob Gold, Epstein and the Pottingers. Oh, look at this. Their clients were wealthy clients, including some whom Gold believes Epstein met through Bear Stearns. Oh, the very thing that I said is exactly what happened. That Epstein's initial client base were the clients he had at Bear Stearns. That the New York Times can conveniently not even fucking forgot to write about, evidently forgot to even fucking ask about. Who were Epstein and Pottinger's wealthy clients in the early 1980s that Epstein met at Bear Stearns? Was it Edgar Bronfman? Was it Adnan Khashoggi? Was it British arms dealers involved in Iran-Contra in 1980 at the outbreak of the Iran-Iraq War? Was it Bechtel? Was it Brown and Root? Was it Wackenhut? Who the fuck were they? You talked to two of his bosses, all of his best friends. Hey, assholes, New York Times, when you talk to Epstein's friend Bob Gold, who told you, yeah, his initial wealthy clients actually, he got through Bear Stearns. Did you go, hey, Bob, can you tell me any of those wealthy clients? I forgot to ask Jeffrey Epstein's two bosses that I interviewed for hours on record who the clients were at Bear Stearns. But now that you're here, can you tell me, since you happen to know that they met at Bear Stearns and you know that they were these wealthy clients, can you tell me one? Can you tell me one? Oh my fucking God. It gets better, by the way. Okay. So Stan Pottinger in 1976, right as Jeffrey Epstein is starting his career, 6 years before they would formally rent an office building together and, quote, join forces, according to the New York Times, Stan Pottinger met with CIA Director George Bush and CIA General Counsel Anthony Latham to hammer out a solution to the problem of CIA cooperation. Bush said the agency was willing to help if Pottinger and Proper, so the CIA was willing to help if Pottinger, a lawyer who had recently left the Justice Department, just a lawyer, just in the Justice Department. What did he do with the Justice Department? He spent 15 years working with the CIA. Oh, you left that out. You left out the New York Times article. People need to come to my fucking subscription stream and pay $5 a month to learn this in a random 3 a.m. stream. You forgot to mention this in your blockbuster 10,000 plus word essay on this. So what CIA Director George H.W. Bush, who had become Vice President of the United States, the Dick Cheney to clueless Ronald Reagan for the entire 1980s, what CIA Director George H.W. Bush worked out with Stan Pottinger at DOJ was to get rid of the executive order banning domestic intelligence gathering. Stan Pottinger literally did the legal rewrite that authorized the CIA to operate domestically at home. So the CIA director used Stan Pottinger, CIA Director George H.W. Bush, to back channel with the Attorney General to write a letter that would exempt the CIA from doing domestic intelligence work if it's part of a counterintelligence predicate. So he led the secret renegotiation of the CIA's relationship with the U.S. government and the American people. The CIA got from Stan Pottinger just 6 years before he fucking lived with Jeffrey Epstein the legal permission from the Justice Department to investigate itself for its activities. Not only is George Bush looking for the CIA to scrutinize their involvement in relation to Operation Condor, but was also using the opportunity to push for Pottinger and the Department of Justice to officially sign off on domestic surveillance used by the CIA. Over the next few days, Pottinger arranged for the presidential order, and he and Proper ironed out the details of a CIA Justice Department agreement for secret, circumscribed cooperation. Just a lawyer who'd recently left the Justice Department. Oh, he left the Justice Department in 1976, right after he negotiated a secret deal with the CIA to allow broad, sweeping powers for the CIA to operate domestically. Guys, there's no connection to spy services. Oh, he lived with... You're breaking the news. First time this has ever been fucking reported. That Epstein and Pottinger in 1982 rented out a building together in a fucking hotel, a penthouse. They were fucking living together. A lawyer who'd recently left a senior post in the Justice Department. A senior post. What was he doing in the senior post? Oh, he was working with the CIA director to cut the CIA's secret deals to grant them broad sweeping powers and to cover up the crimes. Oh, but if you said that, then it would look like total and utter bullshit what you started this article with, saying there was no connection to spy services. It's enough to send you into a fucking rage. And I'm sorry, I normally like the guy, or at least think that he's got interesting takes, but this fucking idiot take. Hey, Michael Tracy, you read the article long enough to block quote this. What was your reaction, Michael Tracy, when you saw this? Right? You say you've totally dispelled that his mysterious wealth while he was in business with Stan Pottinger, when Stan Pottinger went from the fucking CIA to private business deals with Jeffrey Epstein, had nothing to do with his intelligence connections. Oh, but his business partner was the guy who personally authorized broad sweeping CIA powers and personally led 7 different CIA crisis communications and investigations and covered up every single one of them. Oh, and who personally negotiated the arms deals for the CIA's operation in 1980, just 2 years before he went into formal business with Jeffrey Epstein, the very year that Jeffrey Epstein took on Adnan Khashoggi as a client and got a fake passport for the CIA's middleman in Iran-Contra. When you read this, Michael Tracy, and you saw Epstein and Pottinger rented out a penthouse office, did you just not know? Did you just take the New York Times word that Stan Pottinger was just a random lawyer who just left a undisclosed senior post in the Justice Department? So when Epstein rented out a fucking hotel room to live with him, no, there were no neurons in your brain that went, oh, wait, that's weird. Oh, yeah, Stan Pottinger. He's not actually just a lawyer who just left the senior post. He was actually the guy who cleared the CIA director, Richard Helms, of all wrongdoing for CIA malfeasance during Watergate. He's the guy who cleared the CIA of all wrongdoing and FBI of all wrongdoing for Martin Luther King. He's the one who cleared the CIA of all wrongdoing in the Orlando Letelier case. And he's the one who brokered a secret agreement. He personally brokered the secret agreement with CIA Director George H.W. Bush to grant them permanent, broad sweeping powers of domestic intelligence operations. Oopsie poopsie. No, I suspect that Michael Tracy just doesn't know jack shit about any of this backstory. So he fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker. He just fell for it. This Michael Tracy is like the exact target audience of like the intellectual Twitter class who has a reputation as like cognitive elite, who will read something like this completely uncritically because they're fucking clueless about the factual backstory of every character in this. You think, did Michael Tracy know who Doug Leese was before he made that parading celebratory tweet? I'm going to guess fucking no, because you can't tweet that if you know who Doug Leese is. Did he have any fucking clue who Stan Pottinger was before he just learned, as we all did just now, that he was Jeffrey Epstein's fucking roommate in the thick of Iran-Contra? But this is the target audience. People who think they're smart and have a audience, they're kind of like quasi-influencers who opine with authority on something without having done any of the background work to actually think critically about whatever dog shit is being excremented out of the New York Times small intestine. Just open your mouth and just, oh yeah, I'll just taste, the poop tastes good. Yeah. What's in the poop? I don't know, doesn't matter. I just like the New York Times asshole. Yeah, well, what's in the poop is actually a combination of bear sausage, arsenic, and toxic sludge. But you just guzzled it right up. This is the thing. A low IQ person will actually be, it's that dimwit, midwit, superwit chart. The target audience for this, and I'm not trying to cast personal aspersions. I don't think Michael Tracy is a midwit. I think in this case, he just was way over his fucking skis and had no competence to even analyze this. But this is like the midwit majority audience. People who've got a college education enough to fall for the pacing and leading of this. They don't even think to themselves, oh, it's a little bit weird. 3 paragraphs have gone by and it's been nothing but editorializing and priming me to believe something they haven't substantiated yet. But they dropped a little morsel 2 paragraphs above, so I'm inclined to believe that's true. So I'm just going to kind of get lulled along. Yes, okay, well, yes. And just not, how can you read these 2 sentences and not throw your fucking dreidel tea straight at the fucking webcam? Epstein continued to take advantage of his past affiliation with Bear Stearns, despite having left under a cloud of suspicion. He surprised an acquaintance by answering his home phone where he takes some business calls by saying, Bear Stearns? So he was answering phone calls as if he was still at Bear Stearns. Gee, that sounds like a good reason to know what he fucking worked on at Bear Stearns. Michael Tracy, did not look alive out there? Did a single neuron fired? Did you get the flash of a synapse somewhere in your prefrontal cortex going, man, it'd be nice to know. It'll be really nice if I could sit with multiple hours with 2 of Jeffrey Epstein's bosses, including his main boss at Bear Stearns, to know what deals and what clients he actually worked with at Bear Stearns. Because then I'd know what he was actually doing with Stan Pottinger, the CIA mop-up man. Then I'd know what deals he was actually doing with Doug Leese, the British intelligence covert arms dealer. Idiots. We're surrounded by idiots. I understand, I feel like the Michael Tracy crowd is justifiably frustrated at the low IQ, dimwit Epstein takes and the frenzy that was carried out, the hyperfixation on the child sex trafficking stuff and the allegations of, Jeffrey Epstein blackmailing his way to being a billionaire. I agree. I think that's totally unsubstantiated, dimwit stuff. It's not dimwit to think about it. It's not dimwitted to speculate and draw up theories. But we're now 6 years post his death, and the fixation to the detriment of the actual real story of who he was and what his network was and what his primary role, for example, in these intelligence networks was. That's a frustration I've had. But I feel like the Michael Tracy crowd, they just want to take the opposite of whatever the idiots are saying because that will make them look smart. And you can do that without being factually wrong and doing a touchdown dance celebrating an own goal. This Michael Tracy tweet is like somebody receiving a pass in a football game, running straight into their own end zone, scoring, sprinting 50 yards, uncontested into your own end zone to score a fucking touchdown, a safety for the other team, and then having the fucking chutzpah to do your, like, you do your little, touchdown dance, Terrell Owens style jig. This article describes how Jeffrey Epstein was fucking roommates with the CIA early in his career and flying across to fucking London to meet with fucking British intelligence in 1982 as he's the same British intelligence covert arms dealer who is the authorized covert illicit arms dealer for Iran-Contra with Adnan Khashoggi, which explains how Jeffrey Epstein got Adnan Khashoggi as a fucking client and why his fake passport was listed as Saudi Arabia. Every character in this is a CIA character. CIA, British intelligence, Israeli intelligence, Saudi intelligence. It's just the Safari Club network. It's it. It's the exact same list of country intelligence services. This is actually a very simple story. The Safari Club is set up in 1976. The very year Stan Pottinger strikes the secret agreement to broaden the CIA's domestic powers. The Safari Club is run by Adnan Khashoggi, and it jointly coordinates U.S., Saudi, Israeli, French, and British intelligence. The exact same list of countries that Jeffrey Epstein would work with on deals connected to this. I'm sure there was a lot of work that he did that was not intelligence related. That's always the way these guys work. Mark Rich, Bruce Rappaport, they've got an independent shop, but once they have enough money, they can do their own independent deals. And also, like, you saw this, like, this is in 1981, these are major clients. The deals are the same deals that the CIA tapped Bruce Rappaport to negotiate in 1988, when Bruce Rappaport, the financier, just like Jeffrey Epstein, connected to the Israeli government, just like Jeffrey Epstein, connected to the CIA, just like Jeffrey Epstein, connected to British intelligence, just like Jeffrey Epstein, was asked, not ordered. He didn't work for the CIA. He worked with it on a selective basis, as he worked with many intelligence agencies, because all these intelligence agencies have big corporations and hedge funds and private investment funds who draft off of CIA action. You don't just decide to overthrow the government of Chile. You do it because Pepsi Cola and ExxonMobil and Chevron and Walmart and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce wants you to do it. That way, when you leave the CIA, you're going to be a multimillionaire getting paid off for your favors you did for them with a board seat and book deals lined up by Edelman and like, these CIA PR companies. They all do it. We're over 4 hours. We're just going to keep going. I'm mad. The entire thing, it all comes back to what he did at Bear Stearns. See, we proved the case. What do you do at Bear Stearns? I don't know. We didn't ask. But don't you know? Look at this. We have all these private records showing the whole key to this is what he did between the 4 years of 1976 to 1980 at Bear Stearns. That's how we got connected to Doug Leese. That's how we got connected to Stan Pottinger. That's how we got connected to Adnan Khashoggi. That's how we got connected to all these royal families. Oh, wow. So what do you do at Bear Stearns to get plugged in there? We don't know. But you had two of his bosses and multiple of his employees. You had them on recorded conversations. You said you have all these private company communications. You got private communications at Bear Stearns on what he was doing there. What do they say he worked on? We don't know. We didn't ask. But the thing we don't know, didn't ask, can't tell you, is the key to it all. Who sounds like the fucking idiot conspiracy theorist now? They sound just like the fucking, people who are like, it was all a giant pedo ring for blackmail profit. This is my frustration with Whitney Webb. I'm not trying to just take shots at other people in the space. I think that Whitney Webb probably has the largest sum of aggregated, detailed knowledge on the Epstein network, probably of anyone in the world. I mean, just when you look at the just granular level of detail laid out in her, I think, 2-volume books. But the titles of the books are One Nation Under Blackmail Volume 1 and One Nation Under Blackmail Volume 2. And there's zero direct evidence Epstein actually blackmailed anyone. You've got the theory. You've got all the pieces. But I think Whitney Webb is honest and has done groundbreaking investigative work. I respect her immensely. I just wish she pursued a slightly different central thesis, because I think all the time investment would have yielded a slightly different direction for the investigation. By the way, I've subsequently looked at various passages from the book, and I learned a lot from. I didn't learn much from the first half of Volume 1, but I went back and I listened to some other parts of later in the book and Volume 2, and I learned a lot of interesting ground details around the background peripheral networks. But I take those details, and I draw a very different constellation map about what this was. Jeffrey Epstein did not get involved with the CIA and British intelligence and Israeli intelligence and Saudi intelligence in Iran-Contra because he was blackmailing Iranians or blackmailing the Sandinistas in Nicaragua. Okay? Jeffrey Epstein wasn't doing sexual blackmail out of his 1-bedroom apartment with just a little bit of savings when he was already hooked into this whole network. He got hooked into it through the deals and clients he had at Bear Stearns. And it is a fucking outrage that the New York Times got proprietary access to all of it and didn't tell us one fucking thing about what they found. Think about this. Bear Stearns is deceased. It ceases to be. Okay. Bear Stearns is a fucking tumor. It is a cancerous growth on the butthole of JP Morgan Chase as we speak, which absorbed Bear Stearns when it went bankrupt in 2008, the year Jeffrey Epstein cut the plea deal with Alex Acosta. But I guess JP Morgan Chase has the legacy records from Bear Stearns from the 1970s through 2008. Hey, Angel X Depth, can you walk into JP Morgan Chase in New York City tomorrow and get the files they gave the New York Times? Can you call Michael Tenenbaum and get an exclusive 6-hour on-the-record interview to ask all these? No. This body of evidence is now in a fucking Jeffrey Epstein-style vault somewhere in New York Times headquarters at fucking 42nd and 8th Street in New York City. May as well be fucking classified. They did not tell us a single deal he worked on at Bear Stearns while holding this whole thing out as a Bear Stearns operation, despite having all the internal documents, all of the employees, all of his fucking bosses, even the bosses who introduced him to these clients. Not one deal type, not one region of investment, not one intermediary for it. Fucking nothing. They got proprietary access and then sat on it and shit out this excrement, this toxic waste, this fucking, pig intestine, so that the Michael Tracy's of the world could sit there with a couple 100,000 followers and be like, oh, that tastes good. That's good enough for me. That's good enough to eat. Oh, you guys were wrong to doubt this restaurant. It's like, Michael, you didn't order duck. That brown lump of meat you're looking at on your plate, that's not duck, dude. That's shit. That's raw shit. The chef served you raw shit as a fucking prank to see if you'd eat it, and you did. Some of Epstein's former colleagues at the firm saw fit to maintain friendships with him. Friendships that would prove extraordinarily profitable. Hey, what deals did the former colleagues at the firm work on? Hey, isn't this whole thing about the secret origins of how Jeffrey Epstein got rich? It turns out the very Bear Stearns network is the key to all of this. We can't tell you a single thing he did at the firm. And those very friendships would be how he got rich. They'd prove extraordinarily profitable. Okay, what did they work on together at Bear Stearns? We don't know. We didn't ask. Probably not important. But you're saying that they got rich from this. We don't know if the clients were the same. Given that the fucking year that he leaves Bear Stearns, he's already working with British intelligence and U.S. intelligence and Israeli intelligence and Saudi intelligence. He's literally working within a fucking year of leaving with Doug Leese, the British intelligence covert arms dealer, Saudi Adnan Khashoggi, the Saudi fucking CIA Israeli middleman for the covert arms deals on that. He's in literally business. He's living together in a fucking hotel with Stan Pottinger, fresh off Stan Pottinger, doing 7 CIA whitewash investigations and creating a secret agreement between the Justice Department and CIA, personally negotiating that. It's almost inconceivable that Epstein's deal flow at Bear Stearns was not connected to international finance transactions that touched statecraft. Whether it was in Africa, whether it was in Latin America, whether it was in Central Asia, whether it was in Europe, whether it was in the Middle East, whether it was in Iran, Iraq, Israel. I mean, if the Bronfman family estate was indeed handled by Epstein at Bear Stearns, and that's been publicly reported, you should have asked about every fucking detail, every corporate record. These are high-level statecraft folks. And the moment you touch statecraft, you touch intelligence, whose job is to covertly assist statecraft. That's why the CIA tasked Bruce Rappaport to arrange private financing. Oh, what does Jeffrey Epstein do? Oh, he's a professional private financing arranger. Huh. He's a professional fixer of private, discrete financial transactions. Huh. Oh, you mean the thing that's done in every single CIA operation? Literally every single, and I know we talked about this, but every single time the CIA spends a fucking penny, it has to be done through an outside entity arranging private financing. It is the core logistical problem at the heart of you want to fund some dissidents in Belarus? Guess what? You need a private financial fixer to arrange that. You want to organize a coalition to rally against, some target government who's pro-Russian. You want to help economically develop some vassal state so that it can be built up as a hub against Russian influence or Chinese influence or Iranian influence. You're going to need a consortium of outside business partners to invest. You're going to need a private financial fixer to rally those investors. That was Mark Rich. That was Bruce Rappaport. And that's fucking Jeffrey Epstein. That's why he's working with Doug Leese and Adnan Khashoggi and Stan Pottinger and Edgar Bronfman and Les Wexner. One former colleague was Clark Schubach, who had been one of Epstein's managers. Oh, a third fucking boss you interviewed. Hey, Clark, I forgot to ask Michael Tenenbaum. I forgot to ask 3 of his colleagues. You were at one of Epstein's managers. What did you manage? You were a manager. What activity of Epstein did you manage? If you're managing your subordinates' work. So what work was Epstein doing at Bayer that you managed? Not a single fucking person. You're telling me Clark Schubach would prove extraordinarily profitable for Epstein. And he was one of Epstein's manager. So tell us what he fucking managed. Watch it be Bechtel. Watch it be Bechtel, right? Like watch it be like one of these just like totally obvious, like not only like born out of the guts of the CIA, direct partners with the CIA. Watch it be Brown and Root. Who was all over the Iran, right? It's like the moment you say that, it's like, oh, well, that explains everything. Herman Brown, junior and senior, both had covert security clearances to work with the Central Intelligence Agency. And the CIA literally tasked Bruce Rappaport in the 1980s to arrange a secret deal between the government of Israel and the government of Iraq so that Bechtel could get $1 billion pipeline contract. So, for example, they're working on a deal with Brown and Root that would answer everything immediately. Say Epstein got connected to intelligence while working on related deals at Bayer for international transactions for major CIA contractors or major multinational firms with close relationships with the CIA, British intelligence, Israeli intelligence, Saudi intelligence. What if it's a sovereign wealth fund? It was like the Saudi sovereign wealth fund. What if that was one of the deals? They're managing Saudi investments. That explains how he works with Saudi intelligence as one of his marquee clients immediately when he leaves the fucking firm, doesn't it? Yeah, Glencore. Yeah. Remember Angel X Depth? We went into detail in Glencore in the Epstein stream we did 3 weeks ago with Mark Rich. Next paragraph, right? Look at this. Imagine having Michael Tracy brain reading this. It pains me so much, but I'm just going to try to warg into the body of the slop readership. And some of Epstein's former colleagues at the firm saw fit to maintain friendships that would prove extraordinarily profitable for Epstein. See, that explains it. See, I'm doing the Michael Tracy thing. See, oh, there it is. There it is. Those friendships were extraordinarily profitable. Michael, they didn't tell you anything. They didn't tell you anything yet. You've read a description, not a receipt, not a point of evidence. You haven't entered in anything to evidence. This is an editorial comment. Oh, but no, the evidence is coming. See, look, they talked to Clark Schubach, who had been one of Epstein's managers. So that's how you know it was profitable. Okay, well, they worked there. Speaking publicly for the first time, Schubach told us he has fond memories of Epstein, who struck him as an outer borough striver, like Schubach, who grew up in the Bronx. Why the fuck do I care about that? And then in 1982, he introduced Epstein to Michael Stroll, who ran a pinball and video game company. He gave Epstein $450,000, about 10% of his net worth, to invest in a crude oil deal that Epstein told him he was planning. Hey, asshole. New York Times. Did Clark Schubach work with Jeffrey Epstein on crude oil deals at Bear Stearns in 1979 when the world's largest reserve of crude oil in Iran was lost in the Iranian Revolution while Epstein was evidently handling the Edgar Bronfman account. Epstein in 1982 was evidently working on a crude oil deal. 1982 is the kickoff of Iran-Contra. Iran, which has, what is it, the world's third largest reserves of crude oil. Iran has the third largest reserves of oil in the entire world. Number 2 is Saudi Arabia. In 1982 is when Jeffrey Epstein was issued his fake passport. Did the CIA arrange for him? He got in and out of 4 different countries on that fake passport. 1982 is when Adnan Khashoggi, Jeffrey Epstein's fucking client, was working with Doug Leese, who Jeffrey Epstein was flying constantly to London to meet with, to provide arms to Iran, nominally to fight Iraq and Saddam Hussein. Was part of Iran, was there also a agreement potentially around oil reserves in Iran at the time? Did Saudi Arabia have an oil investment? Was Jeffrey Epstein working, for example, with, what's our guy's name here? Was Jeffrey Epstein working with Clark Schubach on crude oil deals with Saudi Arabia at Bear Stearns? Is that why they're going into business together on crude oil deals 1 year after? 1981, Epstein goes out on his own. He leaves Bear Stearns 1981. By 1982, he's doing crude oil deals in the middle of the total shakeup of the world's global oil supply because of the Iranian Revolution. By the way, crude oil deals have been the bread and butter of the CIA. Like, statecraft revolves in just overwhelmingly significant disproportion around oil deals. So while Jeffrey Epstein is fucking living with the CIA mop-up lawyer, Stan Pottinger, who's striking personal deals with a CIA director, Stan Pottinger in 1980 got busted by the FBI organizing the covert arms deal to Iran, the major crude producer, which is, in this contest with Saudi Arabia over regional dominance in crude. He's on all sides of it. Epstein is in right at this period, and he could have only gotten that access through work at Bear Stearns, because it would give up the fucking game. If that was a Saudi crude oil deal, if that was a British one, if that was an Israeli one, if it was a US CIA contractor one. Bechtel builds oil pipelines, for example. The CIA goes out of its way to reach out to outside investors like Bruce Rappaport, Mark Rich, and Jeffrey Epstein. We know on record they reached out to Bruce Rappaport in this exact time frame to negotiate a crude oil deal between Iraq, Israel, and Jordan, so that Bechtel could get the $1 billion crude oil pipeline deal. So these things are not separate. Oh, he got wealthy with these deals. Okay. Who are the counterparties on the deal? So, New York Times, think about this. These fucking assholes, think about this. The New York Times talked to Epstein's manager, who had such a vivid, granular, detailed memory that he could tell the New York Times the deal terms. It was for $450,000. It was about 10% of my net worth. I gave it to Jeffrey Epstein to invest in a crude oil deal. Oh, really? Who was the deal with? What was the name of company, for example, who are the counterparties to the deal? You know that thing called a contract where two or more parties sign a joint agreement, legally enforceable, a meeting of the minds is achieved? A deal happens when one party to a deal makes an agreement with another party to the deal. So Epstein says he's planning this crude oil deal. With who? You knew enough about the details that you remembered the fucking the $450,000 figure from Check's notes 43 years ago. So you gave him 10% of your net worth for Jeffrey Epstein, for an investment in Jeffrey Epstein's deal with Mystery Company X? What if that company was Halliburton, Brown & Root, Bechtel? What if it was like any number of these, like totally in bed with CIA spy services, British intelligence, Saudis? Well, then you have Jeffrey Epstein getting, what was their phrase? Extraordinarily profitable from doing deals connected to intelligence and statecraft. I know we went over this in detail and we're already at 4.5 hours, but like, I just have to, the Iran, Iraq, Bruce Rappaport, Bechtel, a secret emperor of oil and shipping, 1988 in the New York Times. Oh, a crude oil deal. So Bruce Rappaport was close personal friends with CIA Director Bill Casey, the CIA Director from 81 to 88. He worked closely with BCCI, the CIA proprietary bank that collapsed for running CIA drugs and guns to fund the Mujahideen. In 1982, right in this time period, starts this bank. This is all in that stream that we did on Bruce Rappaport. We did like Bear Stearns, Iran, Iraq. Okay. So Bruce Rappaport pooled brokerage account at Bear Stearns for a Bruce Rappaport lobbying fee in 1985. So Bruce Rappaport was at Bear Stearns. Bear Stearns became one of the 3 top brokers transacting BCCI Capcom futures. So Bear Stearns was one of the top 3 brokers for futures and commodities trading at BCCI. BCCI is the CIA bank. This is 1983. BCCI is literally the BCCI drug and gun bank that went down in flames after all this was exposed. And Bear Stearns was evidently like one of the top brokers for BCCI transactions. Oh, well, that would explain it. So the CIA was moving BCCI money through Bear Stearns. BCCI was involved in some of the most sensitive intelligence operations of the Reagan-Bush years. Oh, that's exactly when Epstein went out on his own, including the secret sale of arms to Iran. Oh, you mean the ones that were where the chief middleman was Jeffrey Epstein's client, Adnan Khashoggi, and the U.S. side of the arms transaction was run by Jeffrey Epstein's fucking roommate, Stan Pottinger, and the British side of this illegal arms deal was run by Jeffrey Epstein's fucking London partner that he flew out to London to do the deals with. Epstein is literally every part in the early 1980s, literally all 4 parts. And who, by the way, was the head of Israeli military intelligence on the Israeli side of this? Ehud Barak, who Jeffrey Epstein would meet with 45 times, do business deals together in Mongolia, Cote d'Ivoire, the United States, Israel, Russia. You have all 4 intelligence, not just random, the top people involved in Iran-Contra from all 4 of the intelligence agencies, from all 4 of the main countries associated with the action, living with Jeffrey Epstein, doing multiple fucking multi-week sleepovers together in fucking London, living together as fucking cuddle buddies in a hotel in New York City, while Bear Stearns was running brokerage accounts at the CIA proprietary bank, doing the fucking gun running for the covert action. It's nothing but spy services. When you see how deep the BCCI shit goes, and here's another thing. Like, for example, okay, so Bear becomes one of the top 3 brokers transacting BCCI Capcom futures. Capcom is owned 50% by Kamal Adam, which trades finance Afghan Mujahideen pipelines. The Mujahideen, better known today as fucking ISIS, better known today as fucking Al-Qaeda, the Mujahideen was the CIA-backed Islamo-fascist group that the CIA set up BCCI to covertly fund through drug money on the Golden Crescent on the Afghan plains and massive flows of guns from Pakistan into Afghanistan. Remember when we played the fucking helicopter drop of National Security Advisor in 1979, Zbigniew Brzezinski?
U.S. National Security Advisor Brzezinski flew to Pakistan to set about rallying resistance. He wanted to arm the Mujahideen without revealing America's role.
Oh, he wanted to do a covert action to secretly fund the Mujahideen. Literally Osama bin Laden. Osama bin Laden, warrior on the road to peace. Anti-Soviet warrior puts his army on the road to peace. Hey, that's Osama bin Laden, funded by the CIA. Why? To get rid of the Soviets in Afghanistan, the height of the Cold War, 1979. But what did he want to do? 1979. So while Bear fucking Stearns, let me make sure I have this right. Let's do a little investigative journalism here, since evidently the New York Times is in a fucking retarded comatose state and evidently didn't bother to ask a single question about any significant part of the rigorous investigation they were conducting. So let's go back to this. So Bear Stearns becomes one of the top 3 brokers transacting BCCI Capcom futures, commodities, $2 billion worth. BCCI, the CIA's proprietary bank, set up to secretly fund the Mujahideen, ISIS, to kill Soviets. Here's Zbigniew Brzezinski in 1979, while Jeffrey Epstein is at Bear Stearns the year before he's made partner. This magic promotion to being made partner in 1979. Here's him dropping out of a fucking helicopter to covertly pump up the Mujahideen without revealing the United States government's role.
To Pakistan, U.S. National Security Advisor Brzezinski flew to Pakistan to set about rallying resistance. He wanted to arm the Mujahideen without revealing America's role.
Oh, he wanted to arm them. You mean through Doug Leese, the British covert arms trafficker that Jeffrey Epstein was flying to London to sleep at his house? Oh, you mean like through Stanley Pottinger, who Jeffrey Epstein was fucking living with and spooning with at night at a hotel in New York City they rented out together. Covertly arming them out of the CIA's BCCI bank. And in 1979, while the CIA is running this operation to finance the Mujahideen, but without revealing the United States government's role, what was Bear Stearns doing? Sorry, remind me. Oh, they were They had a $2 billion book brokering transactions with BCCI and Capcom, the CIA bank, and Capcom, which is 50% owned by Kamal Adnan, which trades finance Afghan Mujahideen pipeline. Oh, well, this is exactly what the National Security Advisor and CIA were covertly trying to do, to covertly finance the Afghan Mujahideen pipelines. And Bear Stearns in the late 1970s, early 1980s, is got $2 billion worth of cash slushing through it, but it's Bear Stearns, it's not the US government. So, for example, if, say, Stan Pottinger or Doug Leese or Adnan Khashoggi or anyone in the CIA network involved in this whole thing wanted to get this financed but didn't want to reveal America's role, they could just have Bear set up a book and move the money to, I'm sorry, the Safari Club Saudi spy master, Kamal Adam. Oh, yeah. So Bear Stearns was flooding $2 billion of futures between the CIA proprietary bank and the CIA's Safari Club spy master, the five-nation covert consortium led by Saudi spy master Kamal Adam, who needed a bank that could move hundreds of millions of untraceable petrodollars. Oh, in 1982, Jeffrey Epstein was doing a crude oil deal. Oh, hey, 1982 is the year that Jeffrey Epstein got the fake Saudi passport while he was doing a oil pipeline deal with Stan Pottinger and Doug Leese, who were both running the Iran-Contra covert arms operation, while Bear Stearns, he's answering the phone and saying Bear Stearns speaking while he's left Bear Stearns for over a year. So, I'm sorry, Jeffrey Epstein's whole thing is that he could make funds sheltered and untraceable, and he's doing oil deals while he's got a fake Saudi passport and takes on Adnan Khashoggi as a client. Adnan Khashoggi, who owned the Safari Club and which was led by the Saudi spy master, home of Jeffrey Epstein's fake passport. And Kamal Adam was scaled up by BCCI, and Kamal Adam has a 50. By the way, Bear Stearns admitted to BCCI's London panel of brokers. This is, 1979 to 1980. Bear admitted to BCCI's London panel of brokers for Eurodollar futures and mirrored oil options. Oh shit! Did Jeffrey Epstein work at that in 1979? And then was made partner in 1980? Oh shit! Is that how he got plugged into the Doug Leese, Stan Pottinger, Adnan Khashoggi CIA network? Is it because while at Bear Stearns was working with the CIA's fucking proprietary bank? Safari Club's Iran-Saudi channel, because remember, Safari Club was set up in 76, pre-revolution in 79, begins using commodity mirrors that Bear Stearns was running to disguise weapons payments. Oh shit, that explains how Jeffrey Epstein is working with Doug Leese, the weapons dealer, because in 1979, he was probably working on the fucking CIA disguise payments using mirrored oil options to disguise weapons payments. Maybe that's why Doug Leese liked him in London. Because the fucking BCCI CIA operation that Doug Leese was running covert arms through to fund to give weapons to the fucking Mujahideen Jeffrey Epstein had been working at Bear Stearns on fucking disguising the payments for the weapons Doug Leese was fucking buying. And you would know that if the New York Times reported who the deals were with. Did Jeffrey Epstein in 1979 and 1980 work on BCCI deals? If he did, it's fucking over. It's a fucking wrap. That bank was created by the CIA and went down in a ball of flames in the biggest scandal of the early 1980s because the CIA was openly using it for illegal narcotics and illegal weapons all over the Middle East, all over North Africa, all over Central Asia. And Bear Stearns admitted that they used their fucking complex, financial instruments. We're going to structure this as this, this swap and options, and it's going to look like it's, two counterparties betting on different futures on the price of oil. But actually, there is this offset created by the mirror that allows you to take skim, just siphon off the skim, and what you're doing is actually one counterparty is paying another for illegal guns. But they're disguising it as a market trade for oil swaps. Hey, assholes at the New York Times, is this why right here, top of the piece, you say, well, the key is Bear Stearns, the Bear Stearns stuff that we looked at so thoroughly. We looked at everything. We talked to 24 of his coworkers. We talked to 2 or 3 of his fucking direct bosses and managers. We can't tell you a single thing he worked with. Oh, because Bear Stearns at the time was actually disguising its mirrored oil deals that Jeffrey Epstein then immediately went to work on doing himself after he left Bear while still answering the phone as Bear Stearns. Oh, it's because Bear Stearns they were using commodity mirrors trades to disguise weapons payments for the CIA's bank. Well, that explains everything. If Jeffrey Epstein touched BCCI deals at Bear in 1979, you have the answer to the entire fucking mystery of Jeffrey Epstein. As I told you guys, it all goes back to Iran-Contra. Iran, when their government was overturned in 1979 in the Islamic Revolution, that's going to cause a fucking flurry of CIA activity to flood the zone with cash to dissidents, resistance movements, and at the same time, we're still funding the fucking mujahideen out of the BCCI. BCCI is on record admitting to doing this. Jeffrey Epstein was promoted to partner. No one can explain why. He was just smooth and charming. Oh, actually, maybe it was because he was on the BCCI deal. And because it was a signature marquee deal in 1979, he got promoted to partner. Because this major multi-billion-dollar funnel, even the UK tribunal confirms Bear as broker of multiple BCCI shell accounts, CIA shell accounts, BCCI. Safari Club co-founder, 50% owner of Capcom. His Capcom trades cleared through Bear. So the guy who runs the Saudi CIA covert clandestine supercenter, the Safari Club, from 1976 to 1980-81, and to secretly disguise payments as ordinary course transactions to pay for these weapons deals, he uses Bear Stearns for it. And Jeffrey Epstein is at Bear Stearns in this exact time period, admitting to using basically commodities options trades to secretly disguise those very same CIA, Saudi, probably Israeli and British as well, covert financing. It was technically run by the Saudis, but this was a joint US, UK, Israel foreign policy in the region. Jointly ran the Safari Club. In 1976, that's the year Jeffrey Epstein joined Bear Stearns. The Bear Stearns Forex desk opens correspondent account for the fledgling BCCI Luxembourg, 25 million daily turnover. That's the very year Jeffrey Epstein joined Bear Stearns. Right as BCCI is being scaled up by Kamal Adnan, the very counterparty in the Bear Stearns trades, specifically to launder Safari Club petrodollars. And Jeffrey Epstein was working on the oil deals right in 1982 when he got the fake Saudi passport. And Kamal Adam is the Saudi spy master who created the joint CIA-Saudi Safari Club. Ace Greenberg. Hey, that name sounds familiar. Ace Greenberg set up the BCCI Luxembourg account to scale up BCCI and the CIA Saudi Intelligence Safari Club. Hey, that name sounds familiar. Isn't this the guy who hired Jeffrey Epstein and set him up with his daughter and made Jeffrey Epstein a made man? Personally greenlighting Bear Stearns' activity with the CIA to scale up the CIA's proprietary bank? Do you think Ace Greenberg then brought Jeffrey Epstein into these deals? Guys, we just broke the entire Jeffrey Epstein story. If Ace Greenberg brought Jeffrey Epstein into the BCCI deals at Bear, that explains literally everything. It explains Jeffrey Epstein's meteoric rise. It explains how he moved up in the company so quickly. It explains why everyone was so charmed by him. Hint, not because of his charm. It explains how he got all these huge clients so quickly. It explains how he, in 1981 and 1982, he's already meeting with major CIA, MI6, Saudi intelligence officials. He's meeting with Doug Lee, Stan Pottinger, Adnan Khashoggi, Middle Eastern sheikhs. Oh, it's because he handled BCCI at Bear. Ace Greenberg opened those accounts before Ace Greenberg became CEO. The article says that Ace Greenberg brought Jeffrey Epstein into the most lucrative deals. Here are the lucrative deals. You immediately have Jeffrey Epstein handling CIA financing, disguising illegal weapons sales as complex financial transactions for commodities or oil. That explains how Jeffrey Epstein got a specialty in complex financial transactions. Oh, because he got it because he was working, he was put on the BCCI account. Oh, that explains how he's working with Edgar Bronfman, because BCCI was helping US, Saudi, British, but also Israeli interests in the Iran-Iraq affair and in Afghanistan. That explains how he was protected every time he got in trouble with fraud. The Justice Department takes action against Jeffrey Epstein for securities laws violations. Jeffrey Epstein openly says in court that Bear Stearns was actually secretly moving money for the CIA. Well, that can't come out in open court. Okay, let's not move forward with prosecution. Don't want to reveal national security secrets. That explains why Jeffrey Epstein has evaded arrest for all of his fraud, all this bullshit about scams, schemes, ruthless cons. How does he keep getting away with it? Oh, because from the very beginning, what did BCCI collapse in? BCCI collapsed in a heap of fraud, scams. What was their cons? Let's put in those keywords. Time Magazine, BCCI, the dirtiest bank of all. Bear Stearns admits to doing mirrored trades to facilitate CIA covert financing to the Mujahideen. in 1979 while Jeffrey Epstein is there. That explains why Jeffrey Epstein, because the French intelligence was also a big part of the Safari Club. That explains how Jeffrey Epstein has these French intelligence connection points. That explains how Jeffrey Epstein has these British intelligence connection points. That explains how he's got these Israeli intelligence connection points. That explains how he's got these Saudi intelligence connection points. And that definitely explains how he has all these CIA connection points. They're all connected through the late 1970s Safari Club network that then scaled up BCCI, using Bear Stearns to do it while he was there making his miracle rise. So all that extraordinary profit, extraordinary deal flow is not disproving the spy services thing. It literally proves it. If he was making $800,000 a year at 25 years old working on BCCI deals at Bear, oh, but you don't fucking tell us a single deal. Because what if that was the case? The whole fucking thing would collapse. It would be imagine that. Bear Stearns in 1976, Ace Greenberg, who wasn't even CEO at the time, just a senior executive, opens the BCCI, the CIA bank account, and then brings in Jeffrey Epstein as his personal protege. And Epstein never handled in 5 years a BCCI deal, while Bear Stearns kept working that for a decade, 1976 to 1985. Guys, I think we literally just cracked the entire Epstein mystery. Alex Acosta's statement that it was above his pay grade as a prosecutor, he was told to back off because he belonged to intelligence, is because he belonged to intelligence, so to speak. He was working with and facilitating otherwise illicit, because it's not illicit if it's a CIA authorized transaction, but otherwise illicit arms deals, probably drug flows. If you remember, Ghislaine Maxwell, the first example that came to mind was him moving money for the Sinaloa drug cartel when she was talking to the DOJ. But we just cracked it. His personal mentor opened the BCCI accounts. The reason the New York Times fucking duped and dumped shit into the mouth of true believers, like the Michael Tracy type crowds, or people who want to feel themselves as smart because they're just on the opposite side of whatever, low brain activity slop comes out from a lot of other people on the Epstein thing. They didn't name a deal here, a single deal. And there's a very obvious question that can be asked right now to the New York Times. Frankly, the Justice Department, if there's still any ongoing investigation about Jeffrey Epstein, should fucking subpoena the New York Times for all those files. Just run a keyword search. 4 letters, you'll have the answer. BCCI. Did Jeffrey Epstein work on the banking transactions of the Central Intelligence Agency, which connected to 4 other intelligence agencies and foreign governments between 1976 and 1980? If the answer to that is yes, you now can explain everything. And it's a really simple story that explains all of his high net worth clients, that explains how he got away with and was above the law for all of his fraudulent business transactions in the U.S. Virgin Islands, to the Towers Financial Ponzi scheme, to the SEC violations at Bear, that explains the exact geographic nature of his top connections, U.S., UK, Israel, Saudi Arabia, and France, that explains everything, his entire career, from the moment he stepped foot in Bear Stearns' office to the day he died. Well, there's your answer. If there is still any ongoing investigation, you have something very actionable. To the extent that there's any ongoing investigation by this Justice Department into Jeffrey Epstein's criminal enterprise, subpoena the New York Times for all files and compiling this story, or the Justice Department, the FBI can knock on the doors of everyone the FBI interviewed. FBI, as part of our criminal investigation, we're asking Michael Tenenbaum to sit for a voluntary interview to tell us the same thing they told the New York Times. We actually just have one question for you. Hey, Michael Tenenbaum, you were Jeffrey Epstein's boss. Did Jeffrey Epstein ever work on a BCCI deal at Bear? If the answer is yes, it's game over. It's literally done right there. Oh, he started his career as a banker for CIA oil, weapons, covert action around Iran, Iraq, Israel, Afghanistan, as part of joint U.S., Saudi, UK, and French intelligence. It's over. It's like literally over. If Ace Greenberg, in 1976, opened the BCCI account at Bear, if he brought Jeffrey Epstein in, Jeffrey Epstein literally started his career. All he ever knew was being a CIA financial stakeholder banker. If he started his career working on how do you become a specialist in asset sheltering for untraceable transactions? Oh, because he started his career working on sheltering transactions for the CIA out of Bear to disguise CIA weapons payments using complex commodities and options and futures trading. You have so many leads to get an answer to this. Quick, before they all get assassinated tomorrow. I'm joking, God forbid. But like literally, ask Michael Tenenbaum. You were his boss. Did he ever work on BCCI stuff at Bear? Clark Schubach. You were his manager. Did he ever work on a BCCI transaction at Bear? All of them. And then it's over. It explains everything. Yeah, all this happened. The Adnan Khashoggi, the Iran-Contra, the Les Wexner stuff, the Bill Clinton stuff, and why he's at the White House 17 times in the 1990s. Why he's working with Ehud Barak, the head of Israeli military intelligence. Why he had Adnan Khashoggi as a client, the Saudi intelligence. The whole Jean-Luc Brunel and French intelligence that he worked with in like the Cote d'Ivoire things. Oh, it's because it's all just, he just started his career doing the financing for the Safari Club through the Bear BCCI portfolio. And then all of the related deals in his complex offshore bank accounts run through his mystery fund. It was all just related deal flow. That's why he's meeting with the weapons brokers in 1982, Doug Leese, and sleeping over, reverse cowgirling with Stan Pottinger in a hotel room while they lived together in New York City. This is an absolute bombshell. And we didn't learn this from the New York Times. We fucking opened up the guts of the New York Times lies and pried out, on the one hand, a very dirty and ugly, but on the other hand, actually a very clean and elegant explanation for the entire past 40 years of Jeffrey Epstein mysteries. It was just the BCCI banker, if that is the case. It could be any number of permutations. But the fact that that account was opened up by the guy who recruited him, Ace Greenberg, Bear is listed by the New York Federal Reserve in 1978. Jeffrey Epstein was there from 1976. Right, the year they opened the Bear opens the BCCI branch. 1978, as he's making his come up, Bear listed by the New York Fed as a primary government securities dealer for BCCI's New York branch. Fresh Saudi cash. Oh, that's how you get the fake Saudi passport for Jeffrey Epstein and clients like Adnan Khashoggi, the Saudi arms dealer. Push through repos, Bear repos, funding Safari Club operations. Again, Ace Greenberg ran point at that at Bear. 1979, 1980, the last 2 years. that he was there. They admitted to London. Remember, Jeffrey Epstein was flying back and forth with London. They said it was the first time he'd ever seen intergenerational wealth. Based on what? Fuck you. It's a just so story. You made that up. They were using these Bear Stearns complex financial transactions that Ace Greenberg, Jeffrey Epstein's personal mentor, who made his whole career at Bear, was spearheading to disguise CIA weapons payments. Safari Club was run by the CIA. Looks like actually the coordinator on that was Martin Rosen, Bear's commodity head. Hey, Control F Martin. Oh, no Martin Rosen. They're literally funding every aspect of this for the entire period. This explains why the entire period and Jeffrey Epstein's 32-year continuous relationship with Bear Stearns is because the Bear Stearns network was the BCCI network. That explains all the deal flow, all of it. 1986, right as Iran-Contra comes to a head, Bear terminates BCCI in a Ace Greenberg personal memo to the board. And that is when Jeffrey Epstein branches out to Towers Financial and then to Les Wexner. After BCCI dissolves in a hail of bankruptcy and scandal and Justice Department investigations and Senate and House hearings. Guys, I think we literally just cracked the entire Jeffrey Epstein case. All of it. If the New York Times had simply asked any one of his managers, any one of his colleagues, any one of his associates, if he worked on a BCCI deal there, and the answer is yes, then the explanation for all of this is because Jeffrey Epstein started off his career as a CIA banker. Even if not primarily, that's what plugged him into this whole network. International intrigue, Saudi billionaires, Israeli military intelligence, British arms dealers, Spanish and French royal family, and then all of the CIA conduits that we've covered for the past several years. It's all explained if, as the New York Times said, Ace Greenberg plugged him into the most lucrative deals at Bear, and that included Ace Greenberg's BCCI portfolio. So it's over. There's a very, very easy answer. It's yes, no. I think we all know the answer. And I think that's why the New York Times never asked the question, or they did ask the question. And that news would shake the entire world. It just wasn't fit to print. All right. That's it for tonight. I want to meditate on this. I can't believe we just cracked this. So I don't want to do a music outro tonight. Thank you all for joining me. Good night. Godspeed. I will see you on the internet.